Chapter 241 Yi Tianxin, you're a smart person. Qin Yuan did not expect that after that battle, Tang Hao would not hide away and quietly recuperate, but instead came to Tiando City and kidnapped Yi Tianxin. Qin Yuan wasn't worried about Yi Tianxin's safety at the moment. After all, Tang Hao had hidden injuries, and apart from Yi Tianxin, no one on the continent could treat his injuries. He would never kill him before his injuries were fully healed. As for Bibi Dong, Qin Yuan had no doubts. First, the system will never arbitrarily determine whether a task is completed. The 5-star mission has just been completed, proving that Bibi Dong has given up on causing him trouble. Secondly, he thought the same as Yi Tianxin at the time. As the Pope, Bibi Dong couldn't possibly personally attack Yi Tianxin. Moreover, the lingering aura of the god of slaughter's domain in the air was completely different from the aura emanating from Bibi Dong. Upon seeing this, Prefect Chen hurriedly asked, "Sir, have you discovered something? Is it necessary for the prefectural government to intervene?" Tiando City has no city lord's mansion. The entire city is the private property of the royal family. As for the prefectural government, its role is more like that of a steward, managing various affairs within Tiando City on behalf of the royal family. Of course, the prefectural government is not like the city lord's mansion. It does not have an army, and it has to apply to the royal family to mobilize the city guards, so it does not have much power. If the government office was helpless when faced with a soul saint-level expert, Qin Yuan certainly didn't expect them to be able to do anything. After searching the scene for a while and confirming that the soul power aura came from Tang Hao, Qin Yuan returned to the government office with Prefect Chen. Next, we wait for Lei Zhen and Du Gubo to arrive. Lei Zhen is the Grand Duke of the Empire and holds military power. A large number of soldiers will be needed for a thorough search of Tang Hao's whereabouts. The easiest place to hide someone around Tiando City is Sunset Forest. Du Gubo has lived in Sunset Forest for decades and knows the routes within the forest like the back of his hand. He will be needed to provide a map at that time. However, it can only be confirmed at present that it was done by Tang Hao, and Tang Hao's whereabouts are still unknown. As for Tang San, Qin Yuan did not plan to attack him immediately. The reason is not complicated. First, Tang San has not yet revealed his Clear Sky Hammer spirit, so no one knows he is a successor of the Clear Sky sect. Arresting a genius spirit master without cause would have a bad influence if word got out. Secondly, capturing Tang San and publicizing the incident on a large scale to force Tang Hao to reveal himself would easily attract the attention of other forces, potentially leading to a situation that would be difficult to manage. However, when it comes to the most crucial moment, Qin Yuan doesn't mind taking Tang San hostage. Qin Yuan is not a good person, and besides, Tang Hao crossed the line first, so don't blame him for using any means necessary. If we have the chance to catch Tang Hao, with the help of Du Gubo and Lei Zhen this time, we will definitely make Tang Hao die on the spot. Heavenly Do Imperial Palace. Since Lei Zhen broke through to the title Douluo level, he has spent most of his time in the palace. Emperor Shui even set aside a palace for him as his office area. This is understandable. In the past, the Heaven Do royal family lacked the protection of a title Douluo and lived under the shadow of threats from various forces. Now that they finally have a title Douluo loyal to the royal family, they naturally need Lei Zhen's protection. The real reason for having Lei Zhen work in the palace, supposedly to have direct access to the central government, was to have him protect the safety of the royal family. Of course, Lei Zhen himself didn't care. He himself loved power and also had the idea of paving the way for his family. The more he was valued, the more prosperous his family would become in the future, and even live as long as the country. Today, Lei Zhen was handling official business as usual. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. This kind of gate undoubtedly belongs to a palace maid. Lei Zhen sat at his desk and slightly raised his head. "What brings you here, sir?" The palace servant looked very anxious and said repeatedly, "Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. Senior Yi Tianxin has been kidnapped by villains. Mr. Qin has already arrived at the scene. His Majesty has granted you the authority to act as you see fit. Please go quickly." "What?" Lei Zhen exclaimed in shock, and suddenly stood up. This is no laughing matter, especially since this palace servant is a favorite of Emperor Shui, and her words represent Emperor Shui's will. Without a second thought, Lei Zhen grabbed the coat draped over the back of the chair and rushed out of the palace. In a cave. Tang Hao had been following Shrek Academy all the way to Heaven Do City for a long time. However, to avoid exposing his connection with Shrek Academy, he did not enter the city but stayed outside. Tang Hao was no stranger to Tiando City and its surrounding area. The Haoshan sect's former headquarters were located near Tiando City, and Tang Hao was active in the vicinity of Tiando City for decades in his early years. The cave he was in at that moment was the safest cave he had ever found in his life. This cave has no external exit, and fresh air constantly flows from the cracks in the rocks inside, so one cannot suffocate. The actual entrance is located in a nearby lake, accessible only by traversing an underwater cave over 100 meters long. This cave appears to be an air chamber within an underwater cave system. Yi Tianxin's sworn brotherhood with Qin Yuan and others was no secret. And many people in Tiando City talked about it over tea and after meals. However, Qin Yuan and the others are no ordinary people. If the three of them join forces, Tang Hao, in his current state, will surely die. That's why he went to great lengths to find this air chamber. Yi Tianxin, you're a smart woman, you should know what to do next. Tang Hao's gaze was icy. I know that your granddaughter Yi Lingling is studying at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Tisk tisk, what an outstanding little girl. You don't want to see your granddaughter lying dead in the wilderness, do you? Tang Hao certainly didn't think Yi Tianxin would sincerely help him. If Yi Tianxin tampered with the medicine she prepared, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. If he suffered any aftereffects after taking it, it would be a huge problem. When the Royal Fighting Team and the Shrek team were competing in the Soto Grand Seoul Arena, Tang Hao happened to be watching the match. He then used Yi Lingling's situation to coerce Yi Tianxin into submission through threats and inducements. Yi Tianxin snorted coldly, remaining unmoved. Tang Hao, do you have the chance? You kidnapped me here because you have injuries that need healing. With your current strength, can you be a match for the 3 education committee members? Yi Tianxin originally planned to use Tang San's identity to force Tang Hao to submit, but after thinking about it again, she gave up. After all, Qin Yuan's initial statement was merely a guess, lacking concrete evidence. If he had guessed correctly, Tang Hao would have silenced him on the spot, and he would have been unable to smuggle the information out. Of course, he didn't expect Tang Hao to let him leave after his injuries healed. Delaying time was the best strategy. Given enough time, Qin Yuan and the others would definitely discover the marks he had left along the way. Only then will he have a chance to escape. Tang Hao wasn't stupid, and naturally saw through his thoughts. However, Tang Hao didn't care. Once my internal injuries have mostly healed, I'll settle all my old and new scores with Qin Yuan when I face him again. He's a title Douluo, while Qin Yuan, no matter how powerful, is only a soul Douluo. If he increases the power of the exploding rings, Qin Yuan will surely die. Chapter 242 Heaven Do City Customs, Tang Hao's whereabouts exposed. Under Qin Yuan's deliberate arrangement, the news of Yi Tianxin's kidnapping was only spread within a small circle. The Heavenly Do royal family was very cooperative in this regard. It should be noted that the Spirit Hall, the 2 great empires, and various sects were all mobilized to rescue Yi Tianxin from the evil spirit masters. If such a large-scale conflict were to be staged again, a major conflict would inevitably break out outside Tiando City, and the situation would be uncontrollable. Upon receiving the news, Lei Zhen rushed to the government office to meet Qin Yuan. It was already late at night, but the disturbance had everyone restless and unable to rest. Fourth brother, what exactly happened? Lei Zhen couldn't sit still any longer and rushed over in a flurry, his face etched with anxiety. Currently, Yi Tianxin's disciples have not yet awakened, and Qin Yuan is unaware of the specific situation. He can only inform Lei Zhen of the known information at present. Before long, Douluo also arrived at the government office. After a brief conversation, Douluo walked up to one of Yi Tianxin's disciples and then took out a pair of silver needles from his soul tool. I should be able to wake 1 or 2 of them up using acupuncture. I hope it will work. Currently, they can only confirm the identity of the thief, but no one knows Tang Hao's escape route. The outskirts of Tiando City cover hundreds of miles of wasteland, and Tang Hao could be hiding anywhere. Even if Lei Zhen sends out a large army for a thorough search, there's a high chance it won't yield any results for at least a year and a half. By then, it'll be too late, and Tang Hao might have already escaped. Brother Douluo, in my opinion, we should surround Shrek Academy. Didn't fourth brother say that Tang San might be Tang Hao's son? Then we should force Tang Hao to show himself. A fierce glint flashed in Lei Zhen's eyes. As a military general, he was willing to sacrifice the interests of all innocent people in order to achieve his goals. But clearly, this approach was not suitable for dealing with Tang Hao. Douluo shook his head and advised, concern leads to confusion. We can't afford to lose our composure at a time like this. Even if fourth brother is just guessing, and even if Tang San really is Tang Hao's son, what can we do if he denies it? Besides, even if Tang Hao shows himself, how could we possibly capture him? Once he rescues Tang San, Old Yi will be doomed. Besides, have you forgotten how you brought Old Yi back in the first place? Yes, if they publicly challenge Tang Hao, other forces will know immediately. That will lead to another chaotic battle, and who knows how many people will die. Tang Hao is nothing more than a rat in the sewers. Why make such a big show of it? Isn't that just boosting the morale of others? Qin Yuan added, Big Brother is right. We should look for Tang Hao's whereabouts from other angles first. But third brother is also right. We need to be able to overturn the table if necessary. Third brother, immediately send someone to keep a close eye on the movements of the Shrek Academy members, especially Tang San. Douluo possesses an extremely powerful acupuncture technique. Under the stimulation of the silver needles, one of his dozen or so disciples has already awakened. Without time to discuss anything else, Qin Yuan quickly threw out the questions he had prepared. What were the people who attacked you dressed like? And around what time did they attack you? Douluo's silver needles pierced directly into the nerves. When the disciple stood up, he felt a sharp pain, clutching his head and grimacing. Fortunately, Douluo quickly put a pill into his mouth, and as the medicine took effect, the man's emotions gradually calmed down. This is a middle-aged man named Zhou Jian, one of the first disciples Yi Tianxin accepted. Qin Yuan threw out another question, and this time he finally got an answer. Around noon, the teacher led us to deliver the medicinal herbs to the warehouse of the Golden Knife shop. We had just finished when it started to rain. We were all exhausted, and the teacher planned to take us to eat first, and then go deliver the goods after the rain stopped. But before we even left the alley, we encountered a person wearing a straw raincoat and a huge bamboo hat. And then, a terrifying, blood-red power enveloped us, and then. When it came to the attack of the god of slaughter domain, Zhou Jian hesitated, clearly indicating that the mental impact of the god of slaughter domain had caused him considerable damage. Qin Yuan was worried that he was not in a good mental state and that his testimony was unreliable, so he simply interrupted him, we don't need to know what happened next. Just repeat what just happened. Although Zhou Jian's wording was different, the course of events remained the same. Seeing that he had no other clues, Douluo pulled out the silver needles and made him take another pill, which put him into a deep sleep. Following this, Douluo tried to wake the others, and they all reported the same events. However, the duration of their unconsciousness when facing the god of slaughter's domain varied, and some of them witnessed more of the subsequent events. It's exactly the same as what my fourth brother found out. Douluo stroked his chin, trying to find a breakthrough. Suddenly, Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, it only takes half a minute to walk from the warehouse to that alley. Second brother is always decisive and efficient, so he must not have rested in the middle. I guess he went straight to eat as soon as he finished. What's wrong with this? Lei Zhen asked, puzzled. Qin Yuan's gaze was serious. They just said that they had just parked the carriage in the warehouse when the downpour began. Based on the time it took them to catch their breath and get to the scene, it definitely happened within 5 minutes. If it were you, when you were staking out a target and a suitable opportunity arose, would you put on a raincoat before making your move, or would you just take action directly? Douluo frowned. They will definitely take direct action. The opportunity to fight is fleeting. If they didn't wear raincoats beforehand, they probably won't wear them later. At this point, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he realized something. You mean, Tang Hao put on the raincoat before he made his move? Qin Yuan nodded. Upon closer examination, this is indeed possible. Wearing a straw raincoat and a wide bamboo hat provides an excellent level of camouflage. Yi Tianxin is a sole Douluo powerhouse. Without any disguise, appearing in front of him would likely result in being discovered. Furthermore, if Yi Tianxin activates his martial soul true body immediately, even Tang Hao would have no chance of taking him down in an instant. According to the disciples, Yi Tianxin didn't notice Tang Hao at first, and Tang Hao only made a move when Yi Tianxin got close. Lei Zhen was overjoyed. There is a custom in Tiando City that people generally don't put on raincoats before it rains, because they feel that it will affect their family's fortune. Of course, this is just a local custom. Tang Hao's disguise, which he prepared in advance, is sure to leave a deep impression on passers-by, especially since it hasn't rained yet. In that case, I'll send people to conduct a small-scale search along a few kilometers around the warehouse, under the guise of looking for a fugitive. After all, this is our only lead right now. If we can determine Tang Hao's whereabouts, the workload will be much lighter. Local customs are something only locals care about. Outsiders, unless they have a deep understanding of the area, will have no idea about them. Even Qin Yuan and Du Gubo were unaware of this custom until Lei Zhen explained it to them. Chapter 243 Witness. Within the entire Heaven Do City, those who most wanted to find Yi Tianxin were naturally Qin Yuan and his sworn brothers, followed by the Heaven Do royal family. Among the Heavenly Do royal family, none was more eager to find Yi Tianxin than Prince Shui Xing. There was no other way. Shui Qing was putting too much pressure on Prince Shui Xing. If they couldn't find strong external support, they might never have a chance to rise above their circumstances. Over the years, after Du Gubo became sworn brothers with Qin Yuan and others, in order to avoid any negative impact, Prince Shui Xing, under Shui Yi's orders, dared not use personal favors to force Du Gubo to do anything. As a result, facing pressure from Shui Qing, he lost most of his territory, while Shui Qinghei's power grew stronger. With this shift in power, Shui Xing and his nephew had reached the edge of a precipice, where one wrong step would mean utter ruin. Fortunately, Shui Qing has recently been suffering from mental exhaustion, which has given Prince Shui Xing a chance to catch his breath. If he can help Du Gubo and the others find Yi Tianxin this time, he will gain favors from many powerful figures, and Lei Zhen might even side with him and Shui Bang because of it. At that time, he will have the strength to confront Shui Qing. Although Shui Yi ordered that this matter not to be spread, as long as confidentiality is maintained and it is carried out privately, there will be no problem. Fortunately, one of the officials sent by Lei Zhen had received favors from Prince Shui Xing in his early years. Upon learning that Lei Zhen had sent people to search for fugitives in Tiando City, Prince Shui Xing immediately became alert. There haven't been any fugitives in Tiando City recently, could it be? Shui Yi's lips curled into a relieved smile. It's really too easy. I must find the clues first. Prince Shuixing's guard consisted mostly of local thugs and ruffians. Don't underestimate these people just because they seem unreliable. In critical moments, they are your eyes and ears, and can bring Prince Shuixing a lot of useful information. However, it was the middle of the night, and apart from a few city residents who were watching the battles in the great arena, most of the city residents had already gone to sleep. Even if an investigation was to be carried out, it would have to wait until daytime. This gave Prince Shuixing time to prepare. Immediately, Shuixing personally invited the official into his residence for a chat. After learning the general situation, Prince Shuixing summoned all members of his guard team overnight. The reason was simple. Many of his guards lived in the southern part of the city. The guards operated on a shift system, and during their rest days, the guards often went to taverns to drink. Taverns were usually located on the street, so the guards could easily keep an eye on passers-by while drinking. Tiando City Government Office. Qin Yuan and his two companions didn't sleep all night, staring at the map of Tiando City and its surrounding area for a long time, trying to find Tang Hao's possible hiding place. However, maps cannot mark every detail, and many caves are not marked. Even the nighttime search was ineffective. Under Lei Zhen's arrangement, the guards at the city gates of Tiando City were on high alert, but no suspicious persons matching the criteria were found. All three are high-level soul masters. Even if they don't rest for 10 days or so, they can maintain enough energy and spirit to endure it for the time being. As dawn broke, the soft light shone on the faces of the three people. Lei Zhen continued to look at the map, silently noting down Tang Hao's possible hiding places. Du Gubo stayed by Yi Tianxin's disciples, sighed, trying to get more useful clues. Qin Yuan leaned against the door frame, his gaze fixed on the city's defenses, awaiting news. They didn't have to wait long. Just as Chenxi, 7 to 9 a.m., arrived, a guard team came to the front of the government office and lined up on both sides of the gate. A carriage then drove up under the escort of the guard team. The carriage stopped in front of the government office, and the person who got out of the carriage was none other than Prince Xuexing. Shui Xing didn't mince words and said briefly, "I am already aware of the matter and have found some clues. I hope they will be of help to the three of you." Du Gubo cupped his hands and said earnestly, "Your Highness, thank you. At times like these, the more helpers the better, but the key is to keep the information confidential." Prince Xuexing is tactful and naturally understands the potential consequences of this matter, so he won't go around spreading rumors. Soon, Prince Xuexing summoned the 3 guards who had been drinking at the tavern the day before and had them lined up for questioning by Qin Yuan and the others. Shui Xing wouldn't dare to act recklessly in such a matter. He must have verified the person beforehand before calling them out. It's important to understand that while Qin Yuan and his associates might consider the well-being of the people, Prince Xuexing certainly wouldn't. Last night, he dispatched his guards to knock on the doors of several households, almost confirming the authenticity of the information. These 3 were the same 3 who had been gossiping about Tang Hao at the tea house yesterday. However, they didn't know Tang Hao's identity. According to Prince Xuexing's instructions, they only thought he was a fugitive suspect. One of them said, "Senior, yesterday around noon, the 3 of us were drinking at the Dongui Tavern in the south of the city. We encountered a man dressed entirely in a straw raincoat and wearing a large bamboo hat. At the time, it hadn't rained yet, and the 3 of us brothers even laughed at him. We don't know exactly when he left, but it started raining shortly after he left." Another person added details. "The man was drinking cheap beer. We were already drunk when we heard the shopkeeper cursing the man for not paying for his drinks and for making a mess of the table." According to the original timeline, Tang Hao did indeed enjoy drinking inferior ale. Back in Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao was poor and couldn't afford better drinks. His later consumption of inferior ale was probably a way of reminiscing about those difficult times. Of course, Tang Hao's identity cannot be determined solely by the presence of alcohol. After a pause, Qin Yuan seized on the details and pressed for more information. The table was a complete mess. Exactly how was it? The man didn't answer immediately. He thought for a moment and then said, "I heard the waiter complain that the guy spilled the drinks all over the table. Later, after it started raining, I vaguely saw 2 people wearing raincoats passing by the tavern. I'm not sure if one of them was the same person from before, but the innkeeper asked one of them for money for the drinks. It had only been raining for a short time then, and the weather had turned cool, so we drank quite a bit of strong liquor. I don't know what happened after that." Qin Yuan didn't think Tang Hao would let anything slip while drinking. The spilled liquor on the table was most likely him drawing a simple route map. Qin Yuan himself had previously used his fingers to dip in tea and gesture on the table during missions. After all, as long as you change the water stains at will, no one can tell the difference, which is the simplest and safest way to draw. After listening to the 3 men's explanations, Lei Zhen carefully examined the defense map of Tiando City. Compared to the topographical map outside the city, the defense map inside the city is undoubtedly more detailed. The location of Dongui Tavern was quickly pointed out. It was only 200 meters away from the warehouse that Yi Tianxin and the others had visited. With Tang Hao's speed, he would arrive in an instant. Qin Yuan fell into deep thought. Based on the 3 people's accounts, he could roughly determine that Tang Hao had left the city through the south gate, which led to a dense forest, perfect for hiding people. Further along, they could enter the Sunset Forest. Chapter 244 I've found you. Inside the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. This morning, Yi Lingling felt somewhat uneasy. She went to find Yi Tianxin, but found no one in Yi Tianxin's room, so she obviously hadn't returned yet. Just then, Feng Xiaotian and the others passed by her. She vaguely heard people talking about Qin Yuan's sudden departure last night, guessing that something big had happened. For a moment, Yi Lingling thought of her grandfather. She quickly caught up with Feng Xiaotian and the others, asking, "Did you see my grandfather last night? You just said that Teacher Qin left because of something." Feng Xiaotian shook his head slightly. "We didn't see Senior Yi." "Yi Lingling, are you misunderstanding something? Last night, Teacher Qin was summoned by officials from the empire. It must have been about some matters in the court, and it shouldn't have anything to do with your grandfather. Besides, Senior Yi is a sole Douluo powerhouse. Few people in Heaven-Do City can harm him, so don't worry too much. Yi Lingling knew perfectly well that her grandfather was completely unreliable. Back then, Yi Tianxin left her at the College of Botany and went out to practice medicine alone. Later, at Dugu Bo's invitation, Yi Tianxin only sent her a letter, saying she would take her to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. And then, nothing more. If Qin Yuan hadn't appeared, Yi Lingling would probably have stayed at the Plant Primary Soul Master Academy for several more years. Later, she learned that her grandfather had been kidnapped by an evil spirit master. All of the above is enough to prove that Yi Tianxin is not a reliable person, so Yi Lingling would naturally worry about him. Fortunately, Qin Yuan and the others kept the information very secret, and the outside world was unaware of it. With Feng Xiaotian's guidance, Yi Lingling's doubts gradually dissipated. Inside the government office, after verification by multiple eyewitnesses, as well as the tea house owner and waiter, it was basically confirmed that what the three guards said was true. According to eyewitness accounts, Tang Hao, who took Yi Tianxin hostage, was last seen in the south of the city, but did not leave through the city gate. It cannot be ruled out that this was a ruse, and Tang Hao did not actually leave from the south of the city. Right now, this is the only clue we have, which is much better than searching aimlessly like a headless fly. Your Highness, thank you. Once we find my second brother, I'll treat you to a drink. Lei Zhen rarely smiled at Prince Shui Xing. Shui Xing laughed loudly. Then I will await your good news and look forward to drinking and chatting with Grand Duke Lei Zhen. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask, and I will certainly not refuse. Shui Xing took the initiative to help Qin Yuan and the others, while Shui Qing did not make any move. Reporting Yi Tianxin's disappearance to the Spirit Hall at this time would likely expose Shui Qing himself. Furthermore, after the report, a conflict between the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Hall would be inevitable, putting him in a difficult position. Therefore, he decided to remain calm and wait for the right opportunity. With a clear direction, Qin Yuan and his two companions immediately set to work. Yi Tianxin is a smart person. After being kidnapped by Tang Hao, she must have left some inconspicuous marks along the way. As long as we follow the direction, we won't have to worry about not finding Tang Hao. In a cave at a certain location. Under Tang Hao's coercion and enticement, Yi Tianxin reluctantly treated Tang Hao's injuries. During this time, he wanted to use the excuse of a shortage of medicinal herbs to go out and find herbs, but Tang Hao refused outright. The healing effect of the nine-heart begonia is second only to the immortal herb. Nothing is better than Yi Tianxin's personal treatment. Of course, Tang Hao would not let Yi Tianxin leave, lest an uncontrollable accident occur. Behave yourself. Once my injuries heal, I will release you. Tang Hao gave his promise. Yi Tianxin outwardly agreed, but inwardly she was plotting how to draw attention to this place. This place is indeed extremely well hidden. Without external help, even if Lei Zhen sent out 100,000 soldiers to conduct a thorough search, they would not find it. As he pondered, his right hand reached into his robe, and suddenly his face darkened. Damn it, this new drug dissolves as soon as it gets into water. The ingredients of the new drug are known only to him and Dugu Bo. If there is a chance to send the powder out of the cave through the ventilation shaft, Dugu Bo will definitely be able to find it. Unfortunately, when Tang Hao led me into the cave yesterday, we swam through a section of water, and the powder had already dissolved in the water. I thought there would be some left, but he underestimated the properties of the medicine. For a moment, Yi Tianxin felt somewhat dejected, unsure of how to save herself. Tang Hao was not easily fooled, and he didn't know how much longer he could stall. Lei Zhen dispatched troops out of the south gate of Tiando City. The soldiers lined up in a human wall to conduct a thorough search. 2 days later, the human wall advanced to the edge of the Starry Sky Forest. It should be noted that spirit beasts roam the spirit beast forest at all times. These soldiers are mostly strong and healthy ordinary people, and they will suffer heavy losses if they encounter a spirit beast attack. Lei Zhen may indeed hold military power, but he also needs to be responsible for the personal safety of his soldiers. Ultimately, he decided to send his soldiers to search 20 miles into the forest. If they found nothing, he would consider forming a special team to search deeper into the forest later. Douluo Bo, Qin Yuan, and Lei Zhen are currently stationed in Hunter Seoul Town, awaiting news from the front. Douluo Bo is working hard to draw a map of Sunset Forest and marking the locations of possible caves in the forest based on his memory. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, was using Tang Hao's thought process to consider his possible hiding places. First of all, Yi Tianxin will definitely use soul skills when treating Tang Hao. Ordinary caves cannot block the fluctuations of soul power, and being located in the Sunset Forest, the fluctuations of soul power are very likely to attract the attention of powerful soul beasts, causing unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Tang Hao would definitely choose an extremely safe place and would never venture deep into the forest. After thinking it over, Qin Yuan decided to personally join the search team. If Tang Hao appears nearby, and there are no dense rocks or water currents blocking the way, he can sense Tang Hao's location through the Killing God domain. 5 more days passed, and Qin Yuan still hadn't found anything. However, Lei Zhen sent out a taxi driver who brought back an important piece of intelligence. On the outskirts of Sunset Forest lies a small lake. It's not large, with a surface area of only about 100 square meters. It's called a lake because it's very deep, exceeding 100 meters, deeper than most large lakes. Of course, the reason this lake caught the soldiers' attention was not because of its special geographical environment, but because of a special flocculent crystal floating on the surface of the lake, and because a large number of fish had died in the lake. Such an unusual scene naturally attracted a lot of attention, to the point that Qin Yuan and his two companions came to the scene in person. Douluo Bo saw the flocculent crystals floating on the lake surface and felt they looked familiar. After picking them up, he tasted them himself and his pupils immediately contracted as he stared intently at the lake surface. This is a new medicine developed by me and Lao Yi. It must be boiled in continuously boiling water to become a highly effective medicine for treating internal injuries. However, if it comes into contact with cold water, it will form flocculent crystals, which are somewhat toxic if ingested. The convoy personally transported by Lao Yi contained the first batch of newly developed drugs, which no one else had access to beforehand. The medicinal materials are still lying in the warehouse and have not been sold. I have reason to believe that Lao Yi came here after he was kidnapped. Chapter 245 Tang Hao appears. The drug's properties are so clearly defined that extensive prior experiments must have been conducted. Qin Ming eventually died in prison with his body covered in sores, which was also inextricably linked to the drug. Yi Tianxin and Douluo Bo considered this medicine a priceless treasure and would not casually spill it. Moreover, Yi Tianxin's disciples were still receiving treatment at the government office and would not possibly come here to scatter the medicinal powder. Looking at the surroundings, Qin Yuan said, "According to what my eldest brother said, my second brother wouldn't have scattered the powder for no reason. Even if he left a mark, he wouldn't have scattered so much. I suspect that after Senior Yi was kidnapped by Tang Hao, he lingered in the lake, causing all the powder to dissolve in the water." Brother Douluo, you also said that this lake is at least 100 meters deep. Is it possible that there is a complex underwater cave system? With the lake and the earth acting as barriers, the fluctuations of soul power cannot be transmitted at all, making this an excellent hiding place. Douluo Bo and Lei Zhen exchanged a glance and both agreed with Qin Yuan's idea. It's unlikely that Yi Tianxin would have deliberately come to this lake to sprinkle medicinal powder beforehand. In addition, some semi-submerged lakes have underground cave systems, so there is a very high possibility that this 100-meter deep lake has underground caves. Tang Hao's hiding place is very likely among them. Douluo Bo calmly said, "The lake water can block our perception of Tang Hao, and it can also block Tang Hao's perception of us. If Tang Hao and Lao Yi are below the lake, they shouldn't know we're here. What should we do next? The water is too deep. Non-aquatic soul masters, sea soul masters cannot unleash their full combat power in it. Moreover, the underwater environment is complex, and if something goes wrong, they could easily be trapped underwater and suffocate. Even if a high-level soul master has a strong ability to hold their breath, they still can't withstand being pressed down underwater by a boulder and unable to move. The complex underwater environment will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of rescuing Yi Tianxin. If the rescue attempt fails, Yi Tianxin will surely die. What should we do? The three looked at each other, unable to come up with a suitable solution for the moment. Tang Hao, a titled Douluo with no ties to his name, is the most difficult to deal with. Yi Tianxin is a hostage in their hands, but they have no equivalent sanctions. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan decided, let's just do it. Second brother isn't stupid, he won't completely heal Tang Hao's injuries. Tang Hao is probably still injured. Eldest brother, third brother, you two lie in wait around and wait for Tang Hao to show up. Tang Hao is indeed unburdened, but he is definitely afraid of death. Even if he kills second brother, he won't survive. Before we are confident that we can kill him completely, as long as we don't push him to the brink, at least we won't end up in a lose-lose situation. That's all we can do for now. Tang Hao needs Yi Tianxin's soul power to heal him. There is absolutely no way he could seal Yi Tianxin's soul power. Once the conflict begins, Yi Tianxin only needs to activate her martial soul true god, along with the defensive soul bone she obtained earlier, to withstand Tang Hao's attack and have a chance of being rescued. Lei Zhen and Du Gubo were lying in ambush on opposite sides of the lake, while Qin Yuan faced the lake directly, his divine fire battle blade appearing in his hand. People always think that water can extinguish fire, but that's because the total amount or intensity of water is greater than that of fire. However, the divine fire in Qin Yuan's martial soul is far more powerful than any water in nature. He threw the divine fire battle blade into the lake. In the blink of an eye, countless bubbles surged from the bottom of the lake, and the entire lake surface began to boil at a visible speed. The liquid level dropped very quickly, falling by 1 meter in just 1 minute. Even if Tang Haojun hid in the cave beneath the lake, he would have nowhere to hide the moment the lake was drained. A cave somewhere. The lake began to boil, and Tang Hao and Yi Tianxin, who were in the cave, immediately noticed. At this moment, scalding steam rushed into the cave, and the air chamber where Yi Tianxin and Tang Hao were located was like a large sauna. The high-temperature airflow could not seriously damage the soul masters protected by their soul power barrier, but the high temperature in the environment made people feel irritable. These past few days, Tang Hao and Yi Tianxin have been staying in the cave, unaware of the situation outside. Tang Hao suddenly stood up, thinking that some kind of fire attribute soul beast was causing trouble outside. The temperature inside the cave was very high and was still rising. Tang Hao, unable to bear it any longer, glared fiercely at Yi Tianxin and threatened, "I'll go out and deal with this. You'd better stay here obediently. If you dare to run away, you can forget about your legs." Tang Hao was confident that the cave was impenetrable and could not have been discovered by anyone. Therefore, he only suspected that it was the work of a soul beast. Moreover, once he got out, he needed to finish the battle quickly to avoid the fluctuations of his soul power being detected by outsiders. Yi Tianxin leaned against the vent, where the airflow brought a touch of coolness. Seeing Tang Hao dive into the water and leave the cave, a smile appeared on his lips. He guessed something. That packet of powder must have dissolved when it entered the water. This stuff will float on the surface for a long time. With Brother Dugu's eyesight, he will naturally recognize it. Yi Tianxin was also very familiar with sunset forest. When he came, he paid attention to the surrounding environment. This was only the outer edge of the forest, and there was no way there could be high-level fire attribute soul beasts here. The boiling lake water was most likely Qin Yuan's doing. Yi Tianxin knew that Qin Yuan's fire attribute power was very strong, and evaporating the lake water would not be a problem at all. Tang Hao moved swiftly, swimming across the waterway connecting the caves, and soon noticed a battle sword in the river that was continuously heating up. He was familiar with the design of the sword and immediately sensed something was wrong. At the same time, Qin Yuan's gaze on the shore turned fierce. He had sensed Tang Hao approaching the divine fire battle blade. Killing God domain. Right leg soul bone skill. War spreads across the plains. The dual domains enveloped the entire lake, and the chilling killing intent instantly froze the lake surface. The scorching heat caused the frozen lake water to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the lake's water level dropped by more than half. The water was crystal clear, and Tang Hao's figure had nowhere to hide. 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. With the blessing of his martial soul true body, the power of his domain was further expanded. Tang Hao's internal injuries had not been fully healed, but were only suppressed with Yi Tianxin's help. If he were to attack with all his might now, his internal injuries would definitely erupt again. Damn Yi Tianxin, how dare she stall for time? Tang Hao was furious. If Yi Tianxin were to go all out, his injuries would be mostly healed in the next few days, even if they weren't fully recovered. He would then be fully confident in facing Qin Yuan again. But now, he is locked in by Qin Yuan's domain, making it extremely difficult to escape. As for returning to the cave to take Yi Tianxin hostage, Tang Hao had absolutely no such idea. The waterway was very narrow, making it difficult to maneuver once inside. If Qin Yuan were to pursue him, wouldn't he become a lamb to the slaughter? On the shore, Qin Yuan's gaze was sharp as he watched Tang Hao's movements, while he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tang Hao was unaware of the situation outside and came out alone without taking second brother hostage. Before taking action, he mentally rehearsed all the worst-case scenarios, but the result turned out to be the simplest one. What else is there to say? Now that Tang Hao has shown up, let him stay here forever. Chapter 246 Spineless Wretch. Attack. Qin Yuan roared, and Du Gubo and Lei Zhen, who were in the distance, did not hesitate. Qin Yuan reached out and hooked the divine fire battle blade back into his hand. In Tang Hao's perception, endless sword intent was gathering on the divine fire battle blade, and its power was even greater than when they fought before. In addition, Tang Hao could also sense that two auras had locked onto him, and two tidal Douluos had attacked him. Qin Yuan's current strength is enough to be treated as a tidal Douluo. With Du Gubo and Lei Zhen joining forces, the three tidal Douluos would make things difficult even for Tang Hao, who was not injured. The combination of two offensive tidal Douluos and one control tidal Douluo is enough to annihilate any ordinary tidal Douluo. 7th Soul Skill, Haoshan True Form. Tang Hao did not sit idly by and wait for his death, he activated his martial soul true form to fight back. Fortunately, under his coercion and enticement, Yi Tianxin stabilized his hidden injuries, and activating his martial soul true body did not aggravate them. Qin Yuan occupied the high ground, allowing him to attack from above and create a natural advantage. Tang Hao dared not fly out of the lake immediately, otherwise he would be attacked from both sides. Haoshan Barrier. Tang Hao rarely activated his defensive soul skill, but faced with the endless erosion of the sword intent, the clear sky hammer's defense crumbled inch by inch. Fortunately, Tang Hao reacted quickly and used the Clear Sky 9 technique's breaking word technique to counterattack, otherwise he would have been seriously injured. Such powerful sword intent. I didn't feel such pressure when I faced Jian Dao Chen Xin back then. This kid's comprehension is so heaven-defying. Tang Hao was shocked. How long has it been since the last battle? As a titled Douluo powerhouse, less than a year is not even enough time for a single period of seclusion. Yet Qin Yuan broke through one after another during this period, which was completely unlike a normal person. The poor terrain would raise Qin Yuan's strength ceiling. If he stayed at the bottom of the lake and waited for Du Gubo and Lei Zhen to surround him, there would be no chance of escape. Tang Hao's face darkened, and his soul power erupted as he forced his way out of the lake, barely managing to catch his breath. Tang Hao, when you wanted to kill my son, did you ever think about today? Lei Zhen was bathed in a sea of lightning. Since Tang Hao did not take Yi Tianxin hostage, they did not need to hold back. 9th Soul Skill, Unyielding in the face of battle. Lei Zhen's soul power surged suddenly, and he entered a berserk state. Under normal circumstances, the berserk state can provide soul masters with extremely strong burst power, but as a price, it is easy to lose one's sanity. Initially, Lei Zhen's 9th Soul Skill did indeed have this side effect, but after he absorbed the soul bone that shared the same origin as his 9th soul ring, the side effect of the 9th soul skill completely disappeared. Otherwise, Qin Yuan and the others wouldn't have insisted that he absorb that soul bone. A soul bone that shares the same origin as a soul ring can bring immense benefits upon absorption. This is an experience accumulated by countless generations. Lei Zhen lunged forward, his thunderous spear flashing in his hand, its speed, power, and lightning attributes reaching their peak. Even a strong man like Tang Hao couldn't withstand it for a moment. Don't forget, this is only Lei Zhen alone. Qin Yuan and Du Gubo are also around, ready to finish him off at any time. Damn it, Tang Hao roared. Qin Yuan and his two companions formed a pincer movement, clearly intending to strangle him. This is a certain death trap. As the pride of the Clear Sky sect and the inheritor of the title, clear sky, Tang Hao has never been besieged by anyone except the spirit hall. How could he swallow this insult? Ah! With a roar, the 6 spirit rings in the first position under Tang Hao's feet shattered. The hidden injuries within his body were aggravated, instantly leaving Tang Hao in a state of severe injury. However, the shattered spirit ring transformed into the purest spirit power, which entered his body, giving him the ability to fight. Lei Zhen is currently only a level 92 title Douluo. Once you reach the title Douluo stage, breaking through to the first level of soul power is no easy feat. Tang Hao's power, after its outburst, had reached the level 96 threshold, instantly repelling Lei Zhen. However, Lei Zhen did not back down. Instead, he joined forces with Qin Yuan and Du Gubo to unleash their strongest attack on Tang Hao simultaneously from 3 directions. 10,000 years of rage. Without any hesitation, Qin Yuan unleashed his strongest killing move. When his soul skill is activated, half of his abundant soul power is instantly drained away, and in order to maintain the power of the soul skill, his soul power is constantly being consumed. Du Gubo's martial soul, the Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor, was brewing a ball of dark green light, which was also his full force attack. With formidable enemies on all 3 sides, Tang Hao's eyes sharpened, and he immediately made the right choice. When the 3 attacked at the same time, Tang Hao moved. He was extremely fast, and his actions caught Qin Yuan and the other 2 off guard, leaving them unable to react for a moment. As expected, Qin Yuan and his 2 companions' attacks missed their mark, and Tang Hao had long since vanished. Damn it, this guy actually used the surge in strength after the ring explosion to run away, what a spineless coward. Lei Zhen cursed. The surge in soul power after the ring is detonated can enhance a soul master's strength in all aspects, including escape speed. Those who possess the clear sky hammer martial soul are always powerful. It is said that in battle, there are only clear sky sect disciples who die in battle, and none of them are captured or escape. It now appears that the rumors were untrue. In the final moments of Tang Hao's escape, his aura fluctuated wildly, clearly indicating that he was in serious trouble and that even if he wanted to fight back, he would likely be powerless to do so. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the spot, and actively circulated the Han Hai Jing technique to adjust his state. At this moment, Du Gubo and Lei Zhen turned their gazes to the cave beneath the lake. This place has abundant water resources, and it won't be long before the lake rises again through groundwater. We must find Yi Tianxin as soon as possible. Before they could get into the water, Yi Tianxin's figure emerged from beneath the lake's surface. The lake level had just dropped too much, and the commotion from the battle between the 2 sides was immense, so Yi Tianxin had already noticed it. Seeing that Tang Hao's aura had disappeared, he immediately fled the cave. Old Yi, you're really lucky. Du Gubo patted his shoulder lightly and breathed a long sigh of relief. His efforts over the past 10 days had finally paid off. The only thing to be careful of is Tang Hao's opportunistic revenge. His revenge, my ass. Yi Tianxin cursed, then sneered, I only helped him stabilize his internal injuries, I didn't provide any treatment whatsoever. He still dares to use the exploding ring technique, the internal injuries will only erupt more violently than before. If Tang Hao dares to show up again, let alone you, even the 3 of us from the education committee could take his life. Du Gubo nodded and continued, no matter what, old Yi, you need to learn your lesson. Since I've known you, you've been kidnapped at least 10 times. So many powerful people owe you favors, why not hire a few Soul Douluo level experts as bodyguards? At least that way, if you encounter trouble again, you can stall until we come to your aid. In fact, Yi Tianxin has always been protected by powerful figures, but Yi Tianxin is very resistant to this, believing that those powerful figures are spies of various forces. Therefore, when he left the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the powerful figures were allowed to follow him. When entering a large city like Tiando City, these powerful figures were not allowed to follow him, so that he could have enough private space. Chapter 247 Tang Hao, the Primitive Man. Tang Hao's sudden appearance was the main factor in Yi Tianxin's kidnapping, but Yi Tianxin herself also bears 30% of the responsibility. If he had agreed to have the powerful figures of the Heaven Do Empire guard him, given Tang Hao's injured state at the time, he would have had a very high chance of escaping successfully. However, the outcome was good, Yi Tianxin was rescued unharmed. Looking at the remaining flocculent crystals in the lake, Yi Tianxin sighed repeatedly. At that time, I was bound hand and foot by Tang Hao. If it weren't for the extremely strong water-soluble properties of this medicine, you probably wouldn't have been able to find this place. It's fortunate that Qin Ming was there. If this drug hadn't been successfully developed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Douluo Bo's expression became much more serious. Old Yi, for the next period of time, you should stay at the Heaven Do Royal Academy obediently. If you have urgent business to attend to, and since your fourth brother is staying at the academy long-term, you must have him accompany you, or you can have me and your third brother go together, but you absolutely cannot act alone. By ganging up on Tang Hao, the three of them had forged a deep grudge against him. If they didn't find an opportunity to kill Tang Hao, they wouldn't feel comfortable letting Yi Tianxin go out freely again. Yi Tianxin waved his hand and sighed softly. The drug has been successfully developed, and I am free for the time being. I will stay at the academy and focus on teaching Lingling. After Yi Tianxin was rescued, this interlude finally came to an end. Since Qin Yuan decided to carry out the rescue on his own initiative, and there was no client commissioning it, the system naturally wouldn't classify it as a mission. However, as sworn brothers, the cultivation resources provided by Yi Tianxin were of great help to Qin Yuan's cultivation. Mutual assistance is only natural, and he didn't mind missing out on one or two system rewards. However, Prince Xuexing deserves much credit for successfully pinpointing the direction Tang Hao was heading when he escaped. Although Qin Yuan disliked Shui Xing, he was not ungrateful and would naturally repay Shui Xing's efforts. The news of Yi Tianxin's kidnapping had not been widely known beforehand. Only a small number of members of the Tiando royal family and Qin Yuan and his two companions were aware of it. The soldiers that Lei Zhen had dispatched were merely instructed to search for the fugitive. After a short rest, the group invited Prince Xuexing to a restaurant in the city at noon the following day to express their gratitude for his help. Snowstar brought him along to generate buzz for Avalanche. Furthermore, every time Xuexing travels, a guard escort clears the way, and only after ensuring absolute safety will Prince Xuexing dismount from the carriage. Seeing this, Douluo Bo couldn't help but remind him, "Old Yi, you should learn from Prince Xuexing. Even if the guards can't protect him from a real crisis, they can buy him time." From yesterday until now, Yi Tianxin has been reprimanded by Douluo Bo quite a bit. He gave a wry smile and said repeatedly, "Fine, I won't go out anymore." The thank you banquet was nothing special, both sides were just exchanging pleasantries. However, Avalanche behaved in a way that was unusual. It not only lost its usual arrogance and frivolity, but also became more humble and composed. Although Prince Xuexing did not achieve his political goals this time, he did manage to establish connections with Qin Yuan and others. When the time is right, he will eventually have the opportunity to realize his political ambitions. The battle between Qin Yuan and others and Tang Hao took place in Sunset Forest. Although powerful figures from other forces went to investigate afterward, the scene had already been cleaned up, and there were no other clues. In the following days, Qin Yuan and Lei Zhen announced to the public that the battlefield in Sunset Forest was a trace left by the two of them during a sparring match, and told those forces not to overthink it. Of course, these words were not enough to appease those with ulterior motives, but since they could not find any other evidence, they had no choice but to give up in frustration. For a period of time afterward, Tiando City became much calmer. As the Soul Master tournament draws near, the public's attention is increasingly drawn to the matches between various teams in the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Since the start of the tournament, the pre-tournament training of each team has always been a focus of attention. After all, under normal circumstances, the strength a team demonstrates in the Grand Arena is almost equivalent to its performance in the actual competition. Knowing the strength of each team in advance will allow you to better profit from betting after the competition begins. Meanwhile, in a corner on the outskirts of Tiando City, suddenly, a pair of eyes opened, and Tang Hao sat up abruptly, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at his internal organs. The excruciating pain brought tears to the eyes of this tough man. In fact, Tang Hao had found several safe caves near Tiando City. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. After the incident, at least he had a safe place to stay. During the battle with Qin Yuan and the other two, Tang Hao forcibly destroyed 6 of his spirit rings, causing his internal injuries to erupt completely. The moment he escaped the battlefield, the pain in his body almost made him faint. With his last bit of consciousness, he managed to hide in this cave, after which he fell into a coma. Tang Hao had no idea how much time had passed outside. Fortunately, his 9th spirit ring came from the Blue-Silver Emperor, and its life force, combined with the life force of a level 95 super Douluo, pulled him back from the brink of death. Otherwise, he would have truly died in some unknown corner. After Tang Hao woke up, he didn't have the strength to cause trouble for Qin Yuan and the other 2. He struggled to sit up and enter a meditative state, trying to use the life force of his 9th spirit ring to repair himself. However, he was both hungry and thirsty, and his physical functions were almost at their limit. After barely stabilizing his injuries, he immediately left the cave and searched for food nearby. To avoid being discovered by those with ulterior motives, he had to live a primitive life, hiding during the day and going out at night. After all, he was already in a state where he couldn't fight, and if he used his soul power again, even a god couldn't save him. 3 months later, there was only 1 year left before the opening of the Soul Master Tournament. Under Qin Yuan's leadership, the Royal Fighting Team 2 has honed its teamwork to perfection through long-term training. Tonight, with Qin Yuan's permission, the Royal Fighting Team 2 participated in Team Soul Battle for the first time. Before this, the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2, apart from coming to the Soul Arena every day to participate in soul battles at the beginning, saw a sudden drop in the intensity of the competitions afterward, often only participating in 1 match every 3 to 5 days. This was also the result of Qin Yuan's deliberate control. The current fighting spirit badges of everyone are only silver fighting spirit badges. If the restrictions were lifted, with the strength of Feng Xiaotian and Zhao Xiaohui, they would probably have already won consecutive victories to reach the gold fighting spirit badge. It's important to know that the criteria for judging team battles are the strength of the strongest member of the team and the level of the battle spirit badge. Every team that possesses a gold battle spirit badge is an extremely mature team. The Royal Fighting Team 2 lacks team combat experience, and directly competing against a Soul Master level team with a gold fighting soul badge greatly increases the likelihood of defeat. In the Grand Arena, newly formed teams face disbandment every day. The reason is not complicated. The first battle is very important for a team, and Qin Yuan, at the very least, cannot accept the Royal Fighting Team 2 losing their first battle. Applying for a new Battle Spirit badge would delay the team's training progress, being stuck at the Silver Battle Spirit badge is just right. Furthermore, the Royal Fighting Team 2 participated in the team battle competition on the 1st of this month, giving them a month to adapt to the Silver Fighting Spirit level team format. A month later, Feng Xiaotian and Zhao Xiaohui's fighting spirit badges will undoubtedly level up again. It's not too late to hone the team with the help of the Golden Soul Badge team at that time. Chapter 248 The Blazing Fire Team's Hidden Strength. Shrek Academy Lounge. Shrek Academy performed exceptionally well in their first month at the Great Soul Arena. Although the team had 2 great soul masters, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and Yu Tianeng were both peak soul venerables, in addition to Tang San's command abilities. In the first month of team battles at the Great Soul Arena, the Shrek team achieved a win rate of over 90%, and the team members obtained silver soul badges at an extremely fast pace. According to the rules of the Grand Arena, silver soul badges can be assigned to private rooms, but only the lowest tier. With this, Shrek Academy ended its wandering and established its own base. I thought the first month was just the beginning, and that I could continue my winning streak in the second month and get the Gold Battle Spirit badge in a short time. However, in the second month, Yu Tianeng broke through to the Soul Master level. In order to allow the Shrek 7 Devils to hone their combat skills with Yu Tianeng, who had reached the Soul Master level, Yu Xiaogang arranged for all of them to go into battle. At that time, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuqing were still great Soul Masters. The team members' strength spanned 3 realms, which seemed very disjointed, leading to Shrek Academy suffering a series of defeats starting from the second month. Afterwards, Yu Tianeng and the other spirits were worn down. When they participated in team competitions, it was more like clocking in for work. They were indifferent to winning or losing and had no fighting spirit. Yu Xiaogang offered guidance multiple times during this period, but the effect was not very noticeable. To this day, breaking news. Royal Fighting Team 2 and Royal Fighting Team 1 will be making their appearance in tonight's team match. We finally have a chance to get revenge for the humiliation that Heavenly Do Royal Academy inflicted on us in the past, Flander said with a smile. The Royal Fighting Team has a very high win rate in the past, and Du Guyan and others have all obtained the Gold Fighting Soul badge. After more than half a year away from the Grand Arena, the Royal Fighting Team 1 has naturally developed a variety of powerful tactics and wants to find opponents to test the power of these tactics and identify any weaknesses. Of course, the Royal Fighting Team will not participate in soul battles in the Soul Arena too frequently. At most, it will be held once every few days. The Shrek Academy team is currently stuck at the Silver Battle Soul Badge level, so they naturally can't run into the Royal Battle Team 1. Having previously defeated the Royal Battle Team 1, they are now even more eager to compete against the Royal Battle Team 2. If Shrek Academy can defeat Royal Fighting Team 2, they will have achieved the glory of double-killing Heaven Do Royal Academy team. Regardless of how Royal Fighting Team 1 lost, as long as they have won, they have won. Feng Xiaotian and the others from the Royal Fighting Team 2 also possess Silver Fighting Soul badges. Furthermore, apart from Feng Xiaotian, the rest of them are all Soul Masters, and their strength on paper is comparable to ours. We must avenge the humiliation we suffered that day. Tang San spoke, his tone righteous and successfully stirring up the emotions of the crowd. Over the past 2 months, everyone's fighting spirit has been low. They only showed some ferocity in one-on-one battles, and team battles were more like a perfunctory task. Now that they have the Royal Fighting Team 2 as an enemy, Tang San hopes that everyone can cheer up, so he once again emphasized the humiliation they suffered in the past. As expected, the Shrek team members were all incredibly energetic and full of fighting spirit, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Dai Mubai clenched his fist. The humiliation we suffered at the Heaven Do Royal Academy must be avenged. Royal Do Team 2, I hope you can hold on. Feng Xiaotian is currently only level 44, and this is only with Qin Yuan's help, which makes his level increase much faster than in the original timeline. Otherwise, his soul power level would be even lower. In the Shrek team, Dai Mubai is at the peak of level 41, and Yu Tianeng is at level 42.5. If the two of them join forces, Feng Xiaotian may not be able to withstand them. However, the average strength of the other members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 was slightly higher than that of Tang San and the others. However, the Shrek Academy team also had the advantage of Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai's martial soul fusion skill. Based on the available information, the two teams are evenly matched, with only a slight difference in strength. Although Dai Mubai and Tang San lost to Zhao Xiaohui and Yao Zi before, in team battles, individual strength is not the key factor in determining victory or defeat, teamwork is. Having already lost once, Dai Mubai certainly didn't want to lose a second time, and he wanted to avenge the humiliation of that day. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang was very satisfied with the Shrek 7 Devils performance. Our configuration is similar to that of the Royal Fighting Team 2. According to the matching rules of the Great Soul Arena, we will soon run into the Royal Fighting Team 2. Everyone, be prepared. Also, keep your spirits up these next few days, consider it a rehearsal for the upcoming matches. The news that Royal Fighting Team 2 was participating in the competition was immediately known to the other academy teams stationed at the Great Soul Arena. Hu Yanjun had been taught a lesson by Qin Yuan, so the Elephant Armor Academy dared not make any moves. If even the Elephant Armor Academy cannot be protected, Huyanzhen will be completely useless in front of Bibi Dong, which is something Huyanzhen does not want to see. Other academies, which had been mere runners-up in previous Soul Master competitions due to their weak strength, weren't worried about the emergence of the Royal Fighting Team 2. After all, their goals were different, there was no conflict of interest, and there was no need to offend each other. The three academies that are most interested in the Royal Fighting Team 2 are Thunder Academy, Skywater Academy, and Blazing Fire Academy. As for Shenfeng Academy, the team has been absent since their star player, Feng Xiaotian, was poached. Most people even speculate that Shenfeng has been integrated into Wangdu's second team, with all members except Feng Xiaotian becoming substitutes. Other academies may not know, but the three families of Feng, Shui, and Huo are very clear that Shenfeng Academy has merged with the Blazing Fire team. In order to avoid revealing their trump cards and strive for better results in the competition, Blazing Fire Academy is currently using its old lineup in the Great Soul Arena and has not introduced any members from the Divine Wind team. Upon learning that the Royal Fighting Team 2 was going to fight, the heads of the Feng, Shui, and Huo families personally came to the Great Soul Arena today. Firstly, to support the Royal Fighting Team 2 and Feng Xiaodian. Secondly, to observe the Royal Fighting Team II's tactical system, assess whether to go head-to-head with them in the preliminaries, and formulate tactics for facing the Royal Fighting Team 2 in the finals. Old Feng, is this Xiaodian's first expedition since joining the new team? Huo Lai said with a smile. I've long heard that Mr. Qin is quite skilled at teaching students. I wonder how much Xiaodian's strength has improved these past few months. Feng Changolin feigned mystery and said with a smile, perhaps you won't be able to tell from 1 or 2 matches, but you will definitely see it when the Soul Master competition finals come around. Believe me, it will be beyond your imagination. In just a few months, while taking care of the team's training, Feng Xiaodian has improved his self-created soul skill to 54 consecutive strikes. Furthermore, according to Qin Yuan's estimation, by the time of the Soul Master competition, with Feng Xiaodian's comprehension, he is expected to be able to improve to 72 consecutive kills. It's important to understand that the increase in power with each subsequent level of the combo is exponential. For example, a 72-hit combo is significantly stronger than a 71-hit combo. Of course, in the Grand Soul Arena, it's not worth Feng Xiaodian using his trump cards, and Huo Lai and Shui Ningbing will certainly not witness them. It seems Lao Feng is very confident. Well then, let's wait and see, Shui Ningbing added with a smile. Chapter 249 The Powerful Beast Squad. As night fell, the Great Soul Arena was bustling with noise. Royal Fighting Team 2's rest room. Looking at the information in his hand, Qin Yuan said, the Royal Fighting Team 1 will also participate in the soul fighting competition tonight. Although both teams belong to the academy and had no conflict before the finals, they will be rivals on the final stage. I have seen the opponent of Royal Fighting Team 1 tonight, and according to the data, Royal Fighting Team 1 has a 90% chance of winning. Your opponents tonight are an all-soul sect team. Based on the data, your chances of winning are less than 30%. The opponents of the Royal Fighting Team 2 were naturally chosen by Qin Yuan himself. He didn't want the Royal Fighting Team to lose the first match, but he also didn't want the members of the Royal Fighting second team to develop arrogant and overconfident personalities. Tonight's match is a major test for Qin Yuan against the Royal Fighting Team 2. Since there is still time before the start of the Soul Master competition, if anyone on the team is severely hampered by mental issues, it would be best to replace them as soon as possible. Qin Yuan continued, during training, you all had a good mindset. When sparring with the training partners, everyone performed well, and no one let you down. But this is the great battle arena, not the training ground. There will be cheers and insults from the audience. If you can't withstand the pressure from the audience, I think you should leave the main team as soon as possible. With the change in the atmosphere at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, a group of promising geniuses were recruited this year. Each of them is eyeing the main spots on the Royal Do first and second teams with great interest. Unfortunately, the Soul Master competition has spectators present for all stages except the qualifying rounds, the preliminary rounds, and the finals. Some players might perform exceptionally well when fighting alone, but facing the pointing fingers of the audience can easily cause them to lose their composure and expose major weaknesses. In this competition, Qin Yuan did put appropriate pressure on the Royal Fighting Team 2, but he wouldn't just stand by and watch them push to the brink of disbandment. The true strength of their opponents could only be felt by the Royal Fighting Team 2 once they stepped onto the field. As for the pre-match written information, it shouldn't be taken too seriously. Feng Xiaodian, Ai Yan, and Zhao Xiaohui are the cornerstones of the team, with their stable mentality. Even if others experience fluctuations in mentality, the team won't be completely ruined. Qin Yuan placed the opponent's information on the table and said, Xiaodian, as the captain, led everyone to carefully study the opponent's information and formulate tactics as soon as possible. I will listen in and supplement any omissions. Feng Xiaodian nodded solemnly and then took the documents. The document contains detailed intelligence about the opponent. Their opponents were the Beast Team, an extreme-style team comprised entirely of Beast Martial Souls. The team had no support or control-type Soul Masters, they were all Battle Soul Masters. Wind Riding Tiger, black-crowned golden eagle, mighty Vajra ape, these are all powerful martial souls. Feng Xiaotian's lips twitched. The names of these martial spirits are all terrifying. For example, the wind tiger is an outlier among tiger-type martial spirits, but it is an indisputable high-level martial spirit, only one step away from being a top-level martial spirit. It is no less impressive than Feng Xiaotian's gale twin-headed wolf. So many powerful martial spirits forming a team, and after a year in the Great Soul Arena, they only have a Silver Soul badge. Their past performance is too poor. Yan noticed something amiss. He only felt that there were many things that didn't make sense, but he didn't think about them in depth. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his nose, took a deep breath, and said, no matter how strong the opponent is, we cannot back down once we encounter them. Also, the previously set mission plan needs to be revised. Xiao Wei, you and Yan. Feng Xiaotian didn't have much time to arrange the lineup. Half an hour later, the Great Soul Arena broadcast, please proceed to the third Soul Arena in the center for the competition, Team 2 of the Heaven Do Royal Academy and Team Beast. Feng Xiaotian and the others stood up, their expressions solemn. Looking at the intelligence reports, everyone was well aware of the pressure of this battle. However, their mindset remained relatively stable. They didn't overly glorify their opponents and focused their energy on devising tactics. Not long after, at the third fighting arena in the center, the Beast Squad is stationed at the Heavenly Battle Arena and knows the locations of all the battle arenas like the back of their hand. They quickly arrived at the battle arena. In every team battle, the Grand Arena provides each other with information about their opponents. Seeing the lineup of the Royal Fighting Team 2, the Beast team was filled with apprehension. The reason is simple. Everyone in the Royal Fighting Team 2 has a terrifying background, especially Ning Rongrong. Injuring Ning Rongrong on the arena would genuinely frighten them if powerful figures from the 7 treasure glazed tile school blocked their way. Boss, don't think about this. I don't think we're a match for them at all, said the team's vice captain. The Royal Fighting Team is a typical balanced team, and Feng Xiaotian is already famous. With the addition of Yan and Zhao Xiaohui, the vice captain felt that the team's front line simply couldn't hold out. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are an all-soul master team, and all of them are battle soul masters. In reality, they are just a makeshift team. They win every match by relying on the numerical advantage of their battle soul masters, and they have no tactics whatsoever. They can bully weak teams, but they are powerless against systematically strong teams. The captain of Flying Tiger Martial Soul smiled suddenly. That makes sense. However, we get an appearance fee just for showing up, so it's fine to let the Royal Fighting Team 2 practice with us. Soon, the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 arrived, led by Feng Xiaotian. To the surprise of the Beast team, the Royal Fighting Team 2 seemed quite wary of them, each of them looking solemn and on high alert. Of course, Feng Xiaotian and the others, however, felt no tension whatsoever. The members of the Beast team were completely baffled. The match begins. Brothers, let's show these youngsters what we're made of. The Flying Tiger Martial Soul captain shouted in a low voice. The members of the Beast team activated their martial souls, and the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2, not to be outdone, activated their martial souls at the same time. The moment their martial spirits were activated, the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 were filled with astonishment. What happened to the promised Wind Tiger, Black-Crowned Golden Eagle, and Mighty Vajra Ape? How did they turn into ordinary martial spirits like ordinary Flying Tiger, Eagle, and Monkey? The promised optimal soul ring configuration has turned into white, yellow, and purple. Feng Xiaotian's lips twitched, and he keenly realized that there was a problem with the pre-match information. I guess Teacher Qin wants to see if our will be broken by the strength of our opponents. Feng Xiaotian chuckled inwardly, then turned around and gave his teammates a look. The general meaning is, don't underestimate the enemy, keep the tactical arrangements unchanged. Before the match, they thought their opponents were strong, but the outcome has turned out differently. For the members of the Royal Fighting Team 2, this is just a small surprise. Of course, they will not let their guard down because of this. The Beast team, as their opponent, was puzzled by the change in attitude of the Royal Fighting Team 2. The captain of Flying Tiger Martial Soul quickly reminded them, brothers, don't be careless. Even if we lose, we must show our spirit. Don't let these youngsters look down on us. Chapter 250. The strongest person cannot necessarily build the strongest team. In the audience seats, the Shrek 7 Devils, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang, and Flander had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing the two teams activate their martial souls, Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he grinned and said, knowing the characteristics of their respective martial souls will surely allow us to figure out their trump cards and tactics. The Beast team is an all-soul master team, and in terms of strength, they are even stronger than the Royal Fighting Team 2. If they want to win the match, the Royal Fighting Team 2 will inevitably reveal some of their trump cards. Keep a close eye on them and don't miss any details. Yu Xiaogang was only a peak Great Soul Master, and his eyesight was clearly insufficient to keep up with the battles between Soul Sect Masters. He could only glean the details of the competition from Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong might have missed some crucial details, so having Tang San and the others watch together would make it easier to check for omissions and fill in the gaps later. The match begins. The Royal Fighting Team 2 adopted a defensive formation. Of course, this was because Qin Yuan deliberately exaggerated the strength of the Beast team in the pre-match intelligence. To be on the safe side, Feng Xiaotian had to adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy, otherwise, his tactics would have been more aggressive. Although they had a clear understanding of the Beast team's situation before the match, changing tactics at the last minute was not a wise choice. The Royal Fighting Team 2 currently lacks experience in major competitions, and once tactics are changed, mistakes in coordination are inevitable. At the start of the match, seeing that Royal Fighting Team 2 had a solid defensive formation, Beast Team did not choose to rush to attack. The game has been temporarily stalled. In the audience, the Shrek 7 Devils were also exchanging information. Ever since Feng Xiaotian left Shenfeng Academy, the Shenfeng team hasn't participated in any competitions, Yu Tianong couldn't help but say. Even if the Shenfeng team members have become substitutes, shouldn't they still come to the Great Soul Arena? It should be noted that, in addition to Feng Xiaotian, the Shenfeng team also has two Soul Masters. Logically and morally, after merging with the Divine Wind team, the Royal Fighting Team 2 should have made these two key players. Even if they were relegated to substitutes due to the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, shouldn't they still be given opportunities to train with the team? These two are, after all, Soul Masters. On the stage of the Soul Master competition, the more Soul Masters there are, the better the chance of winning. The higher-ups of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Do Royal Academy must understand this. Yu Tianong couldn't figure it out for a moment, and with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family's recent strategic contraction, he had no way of understanding it. Tang San nodded and continued, I also find it strange. Apart from their vice-captain Yao Zi and Zhao Xiaohui, none of the other members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 had any chance of breaking through to the Soul Master level before the competition. I don't know why they didn't arrange for stronger members. Flander then interjected, Xiao San, Tian Heng, the 7 strongest people may not necessarily form the strongest team. In any team, someone will always have to sacrifice. If all 7 are very strong and competitive, then such a team is very likely to have internal strife and will not go very far in the Soul Master competition. Lu Erlong nodded in deep agreement. As the former dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong participated in the selection of Academy team members and led the team into battle, and has a deep understanding of this. In the previous 2 Soul Master tournaments, there were many teams with all Soul Masters, but the team with the worst record was eliminated in the first round of the finals. The previous Royal Fighting Team was not an all-Soul Sect team, there were still 2 Soul Masters in the team. But even so, they still went further than those all-Soul Sect teams and won the runner-up position. With the strength of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it is not difficult to assemble an all-Soul Master team, but it may not be able to form the strongest team. Yu Tianong had some insights into this matter. When he was with the Royal Fighting Team, he was very strong individually and always wanted to show off. Although he was the vice-captain of the Royal Fighting Team, he had no chance to shine because of Du Guyan's superiority. As a result, when Qin Ming assigned him to lead the team alone at the Soto Grand Arena, he lost to the Shrek Academy team because he was too eager to show off. That defeat made his position within the team even more awkward. It wasn't until he came to Shrek Academy that he regained the opportunity to prove himself. Flander was right, even the 2 strongest individuals would find it difficult to form a team. Yu Tianong and Yu Tianxin, vying for the position of young sect leader, were naturally unwilling to sacrifice themselves to help Du Guyan succeed. If all 7 members of a team have this mentality, even the strongest team will have to disband. On the arena, second soul skill, Thorn Restraint. Under Yao Zi's control, the Crimson Thorns bound one of the Beast Squad members. Immediately, she shouted, "Xiao Wei, do it! Yan, come with me to hold off the others." As the team's vice-captain, Yao Zi is the true command core of the team. Feng Xiaotian spends most of his time dealing with opponents and is in a forward position, sometimes making it difficult for him to notice his own team's formation. Yao Zi was the captain in the Plant Academy, so her command ability is beyond doubt. She also relieved a lot of pressure for Feng Xiaotian in the front court. I can also provide support. As Feng Xiaotian shook off his opponent, he headed towards Zhao Xiaohui's location. During his time with the Kamikaze team, he was both the core of the team and its commander, single-handedly carrying the entire team. Upon joining the Royal Fighting Second Team, his pressure was greatly reduced. With Yao Zi's help to share the burden, he was finally able to deal with the front court without any worries. The Beast team had no formation whatsoever. On the ring, it was all about man-to-man marking and individual combat. At this moment, their teammates were targeted and blown up. The other teammates panicked and wanted to provide support, but they were interfered with by Yao Zi's control soul skill and almost lost their composure. Then let's start by eliminating you. Zhao Xiaohui's eyes were cold as she wielded her battle spear spirit. A dazzling burst of fire suddenly erupted from the spear, and a heavy pressure descended, instantly injuring the Cheetah Soul Master. Zhao Xiaohui looked straight ahead, scanned her surroundings, and after confirming that no one from the Beast team was coming to support her, she picked up her battle spear and swept the Cheetah Soul Master out of the arena. After doing all this, she didn't stop. Instead, she joined forces with Yan to continue dealing with the others. At this point in the competition, the outcome is no longer in doubt. Qin Yuan sat in the VIP room and witnessed the entire match. He also wrote scores for each member of the Royal Fighting Team 2 on a whiteboard. In fact, even though Feng Xiaotian and the others did not relax when they saw that the Beast team's configuration did not match the information at the beginning, it was destined that their performance would not be too bad. It should be noted that this match was the debut of the Royal Fighting Team 2, and various academies near Tiando City sent people to watch the game. With the addition of the Royal Fighting Team 2's reputation, the stands were already full. The noise and jeers from the audience did not affect the performance of the Royal Fighting Team 2, and they had already met Qin Yuan's assessment requirements. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuan decided not to give scores to the team anymore. The Royal Fighting Team 2 did not need any changes. These 7 people were enough to become the team's main force. Chapter 251, a rare opportunity, Qin Yuan's set goal. Since losing members, the Beast Squad's fighting strength has plummeted. The Royal Fighting Team 2 utterly defeated them with overwhelming force. Furthermore, even after the match ended, the Royal Fighting Team 2 maintained a strong defensive formation without suffering any casualties. Let me congratulate the Royal Fighting Team 2 on their first victory. As one of the Empire's strongest teams, I hope they can achieve even more dazzling results in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. The host's words after the match ignited the audience's emotions and created initial momentum for the Royal Fighting Team 2. However, it was clear that some people at the scene did not want the Royal Fighting Team 2 to have a good time. Yu Xiaogang slammed his fist on the armrest of the seat and roared, "Damn Beast team. As a Silver Soul Badge team, what kind of crappy formation did you use? You didn't have any power to put up a fight." He hadn't paid attention to this Beast team beforehand, but any team that could obtain the Silver Battle Soul Badge must be a very mature team. But the Beast team not only performed poorly, but they couldn't even break through the Royal Battle Team 2's formation, let alone expose the Royal Battle Team 2's trump card. The fact that a Silver Soul team can perform like this can only mean one thing. Could they have placed a large bet on the Royal Fighting Team 2 before the match and deliberately threw it? Lu Erlong's lips twitched. The Grand Arena doesn't care whether contestants throw matches. The different levels of battle badges are simply to enhance the contestants' sense of honor. But there are always those who don't care about such things, and there are countless contestants who throw matches for money. Anyway, the betting is on the Grand Arena, so no matter how the match goes, they'll make a profit. Flanders gave an awkward smile. He felt that the match was not fixed. On the contrary, the Beast team's personnel configuration was just right for that kind of play. However, not wanting to offend Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong, he remained silent. Yu Tianeng sneered. When the Soul Master competition comes, I hope they have the ability to bribe other strong teams. The contestants and teams participating in the Soul Master competition fight for honor. For these Soul Masters, honor is far more important than gold soul coins, and they would never cheat. If the Royal Fighting Team 2 can cheat for a while, do you think they can bribe the Spirit Hall Academy team to win the final championship? Tang San composed himself and said seriously, in the Soul Master competition, most of our opponents are unknown to us. Understanding the strength of our opponents on the field and making timely adjustments is a required course for every strong team. Facing an unfamiliar Royal Fighting Team 2 is a test for us. And this test will ultimately end with our victory. Yu Xiaogang nodded repeatedly, adding, Xiao San is right. Defeating the Royal Fighting Team 2 is our most important goal at this stage. Royal Fighting Team 2's rest room. Feng Xiaotian and the others lay on the sofa, complaining about the fake information Qin Yuan had presented before the competition. Qin Yuan remained calm and composed, saying, overcoming psychological pressure is a required course to become a strong team. Even if your strength is unmatched in the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, there will always be teams stronger than you in the Soul Master competition. Are you just a team that enjoys stomping weaker opponents? Or is your only goal to be eliminated in the first round of the finals? Feng Xiaotian and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. If given the chance, they would definitely want to win the final championship of the Soul Master competition and prove their talent and strength to the whole continent. Unfortunately, the team's equipment was inadequate. By the time the Soul Master competition reached the finals, the team had a maximum of 5 Soul Masters. Zhu Shuang was a defensive Soul Master, and Ning Rongrong was a support Soul Master. Their soul power growth rates were far slower than the others. Even if they managed to reach the finals under Qin Yuan's arrangement, they would most likely be no match for the Spirit Hall team, which boasts a Soul King level expert. Feng Xiaotian lowered his head, somewhat regretting that after the last Soul Master competition, he had devoted most of his energy to cultivating his self-created soul skills. Otherwise, his strength would probably have reached the Soul King level by now. Of course, there was nothing that could be done about it. He didn't know Qin Yuan possessed a similar self-created soul skill in his early years. If he had followed Qin Yuan to cultivate from a young age, not only would his self-created soul skill have improved, but his soul power level would probably have increased even more. Fortunately, he eventually found a good mentor in Qin Yuan, so at least he won't go down the wrong path again. Alright, let's begin the debriefing. As your first soul battle, today's experience will be the only reference material you can use in the future. Remember, don't be careless, as it will affect your future performance in the Soul Master competition. Furthermore, I've made some progress on the rapid increase in soul power level. Once I find what I need, your strength should improve rapidly in a short time before the Soul Master competition begins. Putting aside everything else, at least the entire Soul Sect team is guaranteed to be on the field. Whether a Soul King will emerge depends on you. The mention of a rematch was met with some resistance, but with the competition just over and it being a time for rest, no one was really in the mood. However, upon hearing that their soul power level could be rapidly increased, everyone immediately perked up. Teacher, with your abilities, you certainly wouldn't let us force things to grow too fast. Is there any other better method? Yan couldn't help but ask. There have been many similar rumors on the continent about the rapid increase in soul power level. For example, someone might be chased by an enemy, fall off a cliff, and upon returning, experience a surge in strength and talent, not only killing their enemy in return but also eventually reaching the pinnacle of the continent. Similar rumors generally follow a template, but this is enough to prove that there are indeed opportunities to defy fate on the mainland. With the right opportunity, evolving one's martial soul and increasing one's soul power level will be a piece of cake. Qin Yuan leaned back on the sofa, a half-smile on his face, and said, that depends on how you handle it. In short, the price of seeking opportunities is high. If you want me to pay a huge price, you have to produce results that I'm willing to pay. Putting everything else aside, if you can finish this month with a winning streak, and then win 3 more matches next month when you upgrade to the Gold Battle Soul Badge, I'll go and find an opportunity for you. How about it, Brother Qin? You can't go back on your word. Ning Rongrong grabbed Qin Yuan's sleeve, her eyes darting around. By the way, Brother Qin, what kind of opportunity is it? If you can provide it to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I will pay you a reward, even if it's a soul bone. Open black lens bracket. A 5-star mission has been detected. Help Ning Rongrong evolve her martial soul. The mission reward is an increase of 30,000 years in the age limit of all her soul rings. Close black lens bracket. Feng Xiaotian and Yaozi used similar language, but unfortunately, the system did not classify it as a commissioned task. This is not hard to understand. The opportunity to evolve a martial soul is incredibly valuable, and apart from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, no other force can afford it. The tasks assigned by the system must be reasonable to a certain extent. Trying to earn rewards by completing tasks is extremely difficult. Originally, Qin Yuan only intended to use this incident to prepare for obtaining the immortal herb and, incidentally, to see if there were any missions available. Who would have thought that Ning Rongrong's casual mention would turn into a 5-star mission? Chapter 252 The Royal Fighting Team 2's First Battle Against Shrek Academy. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly, thinking that Ning Rongrong was truly his lucky star. Without Ning Rongrong, the system might never have awakened. Without the high-value missions provided by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Qin Yuan wouldn't have his current strength. Qin Yuan coughed lightly. Rongrong, opportunities are always reserved for those who are destined to have them. Whether I can get them is another matter. Even if I do, there's only one. There won't be any extras. You are all my students. I will not charge you any fees. How much you achieve in the future depends on yourselves. Feng Xiaotian and the others will be the core of the team that will fight against Bibi Dong in the future. If Qin Yuan does not receive the divine trial in the future, then with the talents of Feng Xiaotian, Yan, Ning Rongrong and others, they have a high chance of receiving the divine trial. To deal with Bibi Dong, a god-level expert is necessary, which can be seen as Qin Yuan's investment in the future. Moreover, the herb itself is worthless if kept in hand. Its value lies only in the increase in strength it brings after consumption. Alright, everyone has finished reviewing. I'll check them one by one. With the opportunity promised by Qin Yuan, Feng Xiaotian and the others were immediately full of energy, writing furiously as they recalled their competition experiences and wrote down their own recaps. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. With Qin Yuan's promise, Feng Xiaotian and the others became more composed in the subsequent matches, without any slackening. This is also the purpose of Qin Yuan's promise. Once a cautious mindset becomes ingrained, it's very difficult to change it later. Whether facing the Soul Master competition or navigating the Soul Master world, a cautious mindset makes it easier to achieve greater success. Today, the Royal Fighting Team 2 faces a major test. Compared to the other fighting teams in the Grand Arena, the Academy team is the opponent that the Royal Fighting Team 2 needs to be most cautious about. The Academy teams that compete in the Heaven Do Arena will all be their opponents in the Heaven Do regional qualifiers, and who knows, they might even be opponents in the subsequent qualifying rounds and finals. While taking the situation seriously, they also need to force the opponent to reveal some of their trump cards in order to gain a certain degree of tactical initiative in the upcoming Soul Master competition. Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Since the Royal Fighting Team 2's matches got on track, the Great Battle Arena has been matching them with opponents well in advance and providing them with information about those opponents. Tonight, Royal Fighting Team 2's opponent is Shrek Academy team. Inside the training room, Qin Yuan addressed the students, saying, Shrek Academy will definitely participate in the Soul Master competition. With Yu Tianeng joining, they have filled their last gap and their strength should not be underestimated. In the first month, they achieved a 30-game winning streak in the Soul Venerable Arena. Although there have been ups and downs since then, their overall strength is beyond doubt. This is your first time facing another Academy team, so you can treat this match as if it were part of the Soul Master tournament. Xiaotian, you are the captain, so you will devise the tactics. At the same time, my requirement is that you must win tonight's match, and you must win it beautifully. I'll allow you to put today's training on hold for now. Use this time to think about tactics and prepare for your first opponent in the Soul Master competition. Generally, Qin Yuan wouldn't directly hand over tactics to Feng Xiaotian and the others. Letting them think for themselves would cultivate their autonomy. Qin Yuan needed thoughtful, normal people, not a group of puppets. Besides, he has plenty of time to teach the Royal Fighting Team too, unlike when he coached Lei Meng, when he was in a rush. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy team's rest room, upon learning of tonight's opponent, Flander immediately obtained information from the Great Arena. Our efforts have finally paid off. Thanks to the Dean's arrangements, your opponents tonight are the Royal Fighting Team too. Flander pushed up his glasses and placed the documents on the table with a smile. To get a chance to face the Royal Fighting Team too, Flander gave the manager of the Great Soul Arena a huge bribe. The Shrek 7 Devils immediately sat up straight, their faces beaming with undisguised joy. Yu Tianong said fiercely, the humiliation of that day will be avenged today. Uncle Xiaogang, you arrange the tactics. No matter what, we must win tonight's game, and it must be a resounding victory. Only in this way can we thoroughly humiliate the Heavenly Do Royal Academy and wash away the shame of that day. Back then, the Heaven Do Royal Academy spread rumors about Shrek Academy. Now, if they can defeat the Royal Fighting Team too, they can turn the tables and say that the Heavenly Do Royal Academy opened back doors for those with connections, and deliberately framed the Shrek 7 Devils because they were worried that the 7 Devils would take the positions of those with connections. With the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family backing them up, they were naturally fearless as long as they could win the competition. Originally, Yu Xiaogang wanted Tang San to arrange the tactics, because as long as they won the game, Tang San's position in the team would be unshakable. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this match was of great importance and could not be taken lightly. He had to personally take charge. Yu Xiaogang stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. He then spoke in a pretentious manner. The Royal Fighting Team too is indeed very strong. Very well, I will arrange the tactics myself. Looking at the matches of the past few days, the core of the Royal Fighting Team 2's front row is Yan and Zhao Xiaohui. Feng Xiaotian is more like an opportunist, waiting for the opponent's weakness to strike a fatal blow. Yan and Zhao Xiaohui are only Soul Masters, but they and Yao Zi, a control-type Soul Master, are all Fire Attribute Soul Masters. The three of them working together are enough to hold off two Battle Soul Masters. In addition to Feng Xiaotian's threat, it is not a wise choice to have Tianheng and Mu Bai hold the front line at the same time. Moreover, because the opponent had a Fire Attribute Soul Master, Tang San's Blue-Silver Grass Martial Soul was greatly limited in its performance, and no one in the team could rival Feng Xiaotian's individual strength. In a direct confrontation, the Shrek team would undoubtedly lose. But don't forget, the Shrek team has its own advantages. Although Yu Tianong was no match for Feng Xiaotian, he could still withstand the attacks of Yan and Zhao Xiaohui. As for Feng Xiaotian, who was lurking around, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing used their martial soul fusion technique to defend against him. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's arrangement, Tang San couldn't help but wonder, "Teacher, if we expose Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing's spirit fusion skill, won't we lose a major trump card when we reach the stage of the Soul Master competition?" Yu Xiaogang smiled faintly and asked in return, "The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is behind the Royal Fighting Team too. How could they not know about your relationship with Zhu Qing, and how could they not know about your martial soul fusion technique? Now that it's been exposed, we should naturally use it as a tactical pivot. Also, Xiao San, use your Blue-Silver Grass primarily to coordinate with teammates and provide short-term control over opponents. Flame Soul Masters are your nemesis. So don't act recklessly. Xiao Wu, help Tian hang out, don't let him become the target of our encirclement." Yu Xiaogang's arrangements were meticulous, down to the specific position each person should occupy and what they should do in different situations. It remains to be seen how effective his display of knowledge will be. Chapter 253 Feng Xiaotian became a lackey. As night fell, the great battle arena was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Generally, when two participating teams meet before the competition, they will try to avoid fighting each other. It is quite rare for teams like Shrek Team and Royal Fighting Team 2 to actively choose to face each other. Upon learning of the match between the two teams, tickets sold out within a minute of going on sale, with most of the spectators having purchased tickets from scalpers at inflated prices. Of course, even at high prices, there are still many viewers scrambling to buy them. After all, opportunities to thoroughly understand the backgrounds of two participating teams are rare. Moreover, there is a grudge between the two teams. Once the match begins, both sides will undoubtedly go all out regardless of the cost. At that time, we can find out the important trump cards of the two teams, which will make it easier for us to deal with them in the big competition. The first fighting arena in the center is very close to the rest room of the Royal Fighting Team 2. Through the huge glass curtain wall of the rest room, you can see the situation of the fighting arena directly. Wow, what a lively day. The Elephant Armor Team, the Skywater Team, the Blazing Fire Team, and even the Kanghui Academy from thousands of miles away have all come. Yaozi clicked her tongue slightly as she looked at the scene before her. Speaking of Kanghui Academy, Qin Yuan had caused them several major problems. However, nothing happened after that, and since the two sides stopped communicating, Qin Yuan stopped paying attention to them. But Xin Yan is no benevolent person. It's estimated that he will still act recklessly during the Soul Master competition, at which point Qin Yuan will have his chance to make a move. There's no reason for Qin Yuan to miss out on Xin Yan's skull, which is about 20,000 years old. Qin Yuan lay languidly on the sofa and casually said, Shrek Academy's infamous reputation is largely due to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Everyone guessed that this was Shrek Team's revenge match, so of course they would come to watch. Ning Rongrong pouted, I really don't like Qin Ming. Before our team was even formed, he always bossed Yan and me around. If you ask me, half of Shrek Academy's current predicament is due to Qin Ming, and the other half is their own doing. They want revenge on us. Do they even deserve it? Miss is right, let's beat him up. Zhu Shuang echoed. Feng Xiaotian smiled and reminded them, don't let unimportant people distract you. The tactics have been finalized. Tonight, the Shrek team will not leave the Great Soul Arena with smiles on their faces. The Shrek team's rest area was too far from the central arena, and they were worried that the Royal Fighting Team 2 would bribe the referees of the Grand Arena to disqualify them from the match on the grounds that they were late. Therefore, the Shrek team had already arrived at the audience seats, ready to go on stage and compete at any time. After all, in their view, the Royal Fighting Team 2's winning streak was somewhat related to match fixing. Therefore, it's understandable that they suspect the Royal Fighting Team 2 might use the rules against them. The matches taking place on the battle arena in Zone 1 are all important. The matches will begin as important spectators arrive, so please put aside what you are doing and be ready at any time, Luerlong reminded them. The Shrek 7 Devils all nodded. They sat in the audience, constantly adjusting their breathing rhythm. Compared to the Royal Fighting Team 2, the Shrek 7 Devils were clearly more nervous and under greater pressure. Before the competition even started, they had already stacked a bunch of buffs on themselves. Unless everyone is incredibly resilient, mistakes are inevitable. Clearly, Yu Xiaogang hadn't studied Qin Yuan's theory of the Soul Master's mentality. Constant verbal suppression and provocation are not wise choices, appropriate relaxation often yields unexpected results. As the several nobles who were going to watch the match arrived at the venue one after another, the Great Battle Arena broadcast an announcement. Dai Mubai was the first to stand up and called out, brothers, prepare for battle. On the arena, the Shrek Academy team and the Royal Fighting Team 2 arrived one after another from the passages on both sides of the Great Soul Arena. The atmosphere was already tense as soon as the two stepped into the ring. Yu Tianeng stepped forward and launched the first attack. Feng Xiaotian, I admire your talent and thought I would befriend you, but I never expected you to join the Tiando Royal Academy and become a lackey of the royal family. Feng Xiaotian shrugged, his expression calm, and did not argue with him. Hey, don't be so rude. Yu Tianeng, are a traitor who's served 3 masters. From Thunder Academy to Heaven Do Royal Academy, and now to Shrek Academy, you've really mastered the art of job hopping. Yao Zi retorted to Yu Tianeng. Yu Tianeng himself is corrupt, yet he has the nerve to criticize others. You're sharp-tongued. I hope you can maintain this attitude once the competition starts, Dai Mubai cursed angrily. Oh, Dai Mubai, if you're a man, then fight me one-on-one. Zhao Xiaohui suddenly said. Although Dai Mubai has broken through to the Soul Master level, he still doesn't have a sure chance of winning against Zhao Xiaohui again. Smashing weaker opponents is Dai Mubai's specialty. When facing strong enemies, especially the king of weapons like the spear, it's really hard to counter once you fall into their rhythm. Words are useless, let's see who's the real deal. Seeing that he was losing the momentum, Tang San snorted lightly, interrupting the verbal sparring between the two. The match begins. The Shrek team followed Yu Xiaoging's pre-match tactics, but the Royal Fighting Team 2 changed their formation. The front row of the Royal Fighting Team 2 was changed to Feng Xiaotian and Ai Yan. Zhao Xiaohui stayed in the midfield to protect the back row or support the front row at any time, and Feng Ying took Feng Xiaotian's original position. Below the arena, Yu Xiaoging, who was watching the match, suddenly stood up, staring at the arena for a long time, unable to come back to his senses, and kept muttering to himself, why did they change formation? Why change formation at this time? Leaving Feng Xiaotian in a position to wait for an opportunity to strike is to give Ai Yan and Zhao Xiaohui more experience in the arena. After all, once Feng Xiaotian makes a move, few people in the Soul Master level can stop him, and he can easily break up the opponent's formation. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian was moved to the front row and became Ning Rongrong's primary support target, undoubtedly aiming to disrupt the Shrek team's formation. Fortunately, Tang San on the arena had the initiative to redeploy his forces, bringing Xiao Wu back and having Dai Mubai and Yu Tianong become the front row of the team. Zhu Zuqing was ready to act at any time, either by activating the martial soul fusion skill with Dai Mubai or by assassinating the back row of the Royal Fighting Team 2. Be careful, Feng Xiaotian warned, and then moved. Second soul skill, Twin Wolves Possession. The 7 treasures are transformed into glazed glass. The 7 treasures have a name, the second being speed. Ning Rongrong provided him with a speed boost. Feng Xiaotian's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards the Shrek team. Mu Bai, you can't stop him, get out of the way. Yu Tianong anxiously reminded him. Feng Xiaotian's attack speed was very fast, and with the amplification from Ning Rongrong, he had already formed an afterimage in their sight. Not only would forcefully blocking the way not achieve the desired effect, but it would also result in being severely damaged by Feng Xiaotian. Purple Demon Eye. A purple halo flashed in Tang San's eyes as he finally caught up with Feng Xiaotian's speed. Third soul skill, Thorn Binding. Thousands of blue-silver grasses rose from the ground, forming a wall in front of the Shrek team's formation. Keep in mind that this is a team battle, not an individual battle, and it also involves teamwork. Chapter 254 Total Defeat. As Feng Xiaotian made his move, Ai Yan and the rest of the Royal Fighting Team 2 also moved. Ai Yan was slower than Feng Xiaotian, a beat slower, but his position was just right. Do I not exist? The blazing sword unleashed a fiery swordlight that struck the blue-silver grass, instantly igniting a raging inferno. Feng Xiaotian unleashed his wind attribute soul power, causing the fire to surge and instantly engulf the wall formed by the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass martial soul is helpless against flames, its inherent strength is too weak, and it instantly turns to ashes. Fortunately, Tang San acted quickly, otherwise, the flames would have spread from the blue-silver grass to him, which would have been a case of self-immolation. Feng Xiaotian's tactics were already aggressive, and seeing that there were no obstacles, he directly bypassed Dai Mubai and Yu Tianong and broke into the core of the Shrek team. Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun reacted quickly. Xiao Wu used teleportation to get close to Feng Xiaotian in the first instant. Quickly regroup and trap them like turtles in a jar. Tang San shouted a reminder. Generally speaking, it is not a wise choice to rush into the enemy's encirclement without establishing an absolute advantage on one's own side. For example, right now, as long as the Shrek team regroups, Feng Xiaotian won't be able to escape. Even if the other members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 provide support immediately, they most likely won't be able to help him. However, this also depends on the person. Feng Xiaotian is no longer the same as before. Even when facing the encirclement of the Shrek team, he can move through it with ease using only his third soul skill without being ganged up on. The Shrek team failed to eliminate him immediately, and their formation was already disrupted. The Royal Fighting Team 2's formation resembled a giant net. The Shrek team was huddled together, and if they were caught in the net, they would be in a very passive position. Xiaotian, I'm here to help you. Feng Ying moved, and his speed was equally fast. Third soul skill, Wind Shadow Overlap. Feng Yunhei let out a crane's cry, his figure splitting into many, his true form and the remaining phantoms overlapping and difficult to catch. Although Tang San was able to find Feng Ying's true form immediately by relying on his purple demon eye, Feng Ying's true form kept switching between his illusory form and his true form. By the time Tang San informed the others, the information was already delayed. A cool breeze blew by, and Feng Ying's figure had already arrived in front of Ma Hongjun. As an agility-type soul master, his primary target should have been Oscar in the back row. Feng Ying received information from the royal fighting team that Tang San possessed considerable close combat abilities. To avoid getting bogged down in a prolonged battle and wasting the assassination opportunity, he proactively chose Ma Hongjun, who was relatively weaker. After obtaining his third soul skill, Ma Hongjun finally possessed the flying ability he had longed for. But how could a fat chicken like him possibly outfly the wind and cloud crane, renowned for its speed? First soul skill, Crane Wing Guillotine. The wind and cloud crane's wings transformed into two sharp guillotines. The movement was extremely fast, and the guillotines made a sound as they cut through the wind. Fatty, get out of the way. Tang San's pupils constricted. While giving a warning, he also used his blue-silver grass to try his best to help Ma Hongjun out of the predicament. It should be noted that Feng Ying's current strength has reached level 36, while Ma Hongjun is only a pitiful level 32. Moreover, although he is a power attack type soul master, his attack power is all reflected in his soul skills. At close range, it's hard to say whether Ma Hongjun's soul skill will hit accurately, and there's no time to charge it up. If a power attack type soul master has no close combat ability, what other options do they have when they are attacked at close range, except to become a punching bag? The wing blade guillotine struck Ma Hongjun's chest, instantly leaving a deep wound. Ma Hongjun seemed oblivious to the pain, his body still suspended in midair. Only when he looked down did he see the wound on his chest resemble a deep ravine, with blood gushing out continuously. A sudden, intense pain surged through Ma Hongjun, who groaned in agony. Before he could even hit the ground, the guillotine struck again. Hongjun, Flander, who was watching the battle, suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot. There are no rules in the Grand Arena. If Ma Hongjun is killed, it can only be blamed on his lack of strength, and he won't cause trouble for the Royal Fighting Team 2 afterwards. Not to mention, the Royal Fighting Team 2 has an extraordinary background, and no one dares to say anything bad about them. What a piece of trash. Feng Ying's lips twitched slightly. I knew Ma Hongjun was easy to deal with, but I didn't expect him to be this easy. Just now, he didn't even use his full strength, yet Ma Hongjun was completely powerless to fight back. However, their goal was simply to win the game, killing was not part of their plan. In the end, Feng Ying let Ma Hongjun go and turned his attention to Xiao Wu. Tang San, as the team's commander, breathed a sigh of relief and conceded defeat on behalf of Ma Hongjun, allowing him to leave the arena to heal his injuries. Flander acted swiftly, rushing to the side of the ring and taking Ma Hongjun away. With one player eliminated in less than a minute of the game, the pressure on Ma Hongjun immediately increased exponentially and was then evenly distributed among the remaining 6 players. Zhu Qing, merge. Dai Mubai shouted. Yu Tianeng activated his 4th soul skill, temporarily stopping Feng Xiaotian and creating an opportunity for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. However, they seemed to have forgotten that the Royal Fighting Team 2 had more than just Feng Ying and Feng Xiaotian, there were others as well. Have you forgotten me again? Ai Yan strode forward and blocked Zhu Zuqing's path. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing still harbored resentment towards each other. Their martial soul fusion technique could not be used at will. They had to slowly merge their soul powers in a safe environment to complete the fusion. Right now, even if Ai Yan doesn't stop Zhu Zuqing, as long as he interferes, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing won't be able to complete their fusion. Tang San, who was at the back of the group, suddenly felt powerless. Feng Xiaotian single-handedly withstood the Shrek team's encirclement, completely disrupting their pre-match plans. They clearly hadn't anticipated that the Royal Fighting Team 2 would shift from a steady playstyle to an aggressive one. Yu Xiaoging's flying tactics and popular human hammer tactics were completely useless. No matter how strong Tang San's ability to adapt to changing circumstances was, it couldn't withstand the crushing defeat of the rest of Shrek Academy. It's over. Yu Xiaoging staggered and slumped into a chair in the audience. In the current situation, even if Tang San used hidden weapons, it would be useless. Feng Xiaotian's close-range skills were too strong. As long as Tang San was suppressed, he wouldn't be able to use hidden weapons. At the same time, Tang San's close-range skills were no match for Feng Xiaotian. Coupled with their overall disadvantage, it's clear to anyone with eyes that the Shrek team is on the brink of defeat and not far from elimination. Yu Xiaoging's pre-match boasts were brutally slapped in the face by reality, leaving him looking dejected and his eyes seemingly devoid of their former brilliance. This is not a simple defeat, it's a devastating blow to the Shrek team. Having been repeatedly humiliated by the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the Shrek Academy students will likely find it difficult to regain their former confidence, and it might even become a source of inner demons for them, something they can't shake off. As for the match scene on the stage, Yu Xiaoging had lost interest in watching and was convinced that he was destined to lose. Lu Erlong stared intently, seemingly still hoping that a miracle would happen. Chapter 255 Defense is necessary, offense is also necessary. With Tang San as their pillar, the Shrek Seven Devils possess extremely strong resilience. Even though Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's spirit fusion skill was interrupted and they were at a disadvantage, Xiaowu was undoubtedly Tang San's Achilles heel. Xiaowu had already suffered serious injuries when she fought Feng Xiaotian, and then she was entangled by Feng Ying, causing her injuries to continue to worsen. Tang San instantly flew into a rage, using his ghost shadow steps to step forward and engage Feng Ying in combat. During the fight, Tang San disregarded whether the hidden weapons would cause injury, focusing all his attacks on Feng Ying. Feng Xiaotian's main targets are Dai Mubai and Yu Tianong, so he cannot provide them with support. Of course, the Royal Fighting Team 2 had made arrangements before the match. Feng Xiaotian was the core of the entire match. His teammates should only support him, and the other teammates must not kidnap him or disrupt his rhythm. Moreover, Feng Ying charged into the back row precisely to risk his life for a one-for-one exchange. Having replaced the more offensively powerful Ma Hongjun, his mission can be considered complete. But, Tang San, I certainly won't fight you to the death and end up seriously injured, unable to participate in the next training. But eliminating me won't be so easy. Feng Ying's eyes flickered, and multiple illusory figures appeared around him again, his movements as fast as a ghost. Tang San's purple demon eyes could indeed see his movements, but he himself lacked countermeasures and could not restrict his agility. As for Tang San's hidden weapons, their threat level decreases sharply as the opponent's soul power level increases. Furthermore, at close range, Feng Ying can see through his subtle movements, and with sufficient defense, his hidden weapons are less likely to hit. Third brother, calm down. You have to take charge of the entire region. Xiaowu shouted hurriedly, lost in thought. The Shrek team's situation is already a mess. If they are held back by the insignificant Wind Shadow, they will truly suffer a complete defeat. Upon hearing this, Tang San's anger subsided considerably, and he began to analyze the situation. The opportunity is now rare. If Feng Ying can be eliminated, the number of players on both sides will be on the same level, which will relieve a lot of pressure on the team. Without further ado, Tang San continued to keep a close eye on Feng Ying. Feng Ying cannot be severely injured for nothing. Even if he is eliminated, he must show his prowess. Second soul skill, swift wind speed. The wind shadow increased its speed again, its target now the Oscars. Tang San took the initiative, which freed up the back row. Even if Xiaowu reacted quickly, she couldn't catch up with him using only short-distance teleportation. Without hesitation, Feng Ying used his extreme speed to grab Oscar's body with one hand and rushed out of the arena without stopping for a moment. Tang San realized his purpose, but the blue-silver grass was too slow and couldn't save Oscar. With a trade of 1 for 2, Feng Ying exceeded its target. Without Oscar, Shrek Academy lost two major tactical pillars, and after Feng Xiaotian took flight, they had no way to suppress him anymore. Although the Shrek team had a brief surge and eliminated Feng Ying, without Oscar's sausage replenishment, the Shrek team simply couldn't afford to lose against the Royal Fighting Team 2, which was supported by Ning Rongrong. The match lasted only 2 minutes before the Shrek team was eliminated. It should be noted that this was the first time Royal Fighting Team 2 had used such an aggressive tactic, and their teamwork was not yet proficient, resulting in some gaps in their understanding. Fortunately, the Shrek team was not strong enough to capitalize on their mistakes in teamwork, and ultimately won the match efficiently. At the cost of eliminating Feng Ying. Shrek team, nothing special. Yao Zi didn't forget to retaliate against Dai Mubai and the others' pre-match boasts. After speaking, Yao Zi did not argue with him, and left the arena with the rest of the Royal Fighting Team 2. Dai Mubai and Yu Tianong, lying under the arena, clench their fists so tightly that their fingers were digging into their palms and bleeding, but they did not feel any pain. Shame. What a disgrace. They were not only caught off guard by Royal Fighting Team's new tactics, but were also ridiculed after the match. How could they accept that? Fortunately, the two weren't completely blinded by anger and knew that the Heaven Do arena wasn't a place for them to run wild. They had no choice but to take the rest of the Shrek Academy team and slink away from the arena. In the stands, the audience was discussing the result of the match. The strength of the Royal Fighting Team 2 is so terrifying. It is clear that this is the first time they have used such a tactic, and their teamwork is a bit rusty, but they still managed to defeat the Shrek team in a short time by relying on their individual strength. With such terrifying strength after only a short time since the team was formed, they will likely achieve great things in the upcoming Soul Master competition. The two teams that the Empire has been longing for have met in the finals. Perhaps this will really happen in the next tournament. In the last tournament, the original Blue Tyrant team had a brilliant performance in the finals. Now, the Shrek team is even stronger than the team from the last tournament, but even so, they are still no match for the Royal Fighting Team 2. In my opinion, the Royal Fighting Team 2 is very likely to achieve good results in the finals of the next tournament. TCH, there's still a year until the Soul Master competition. Shrek Academy can use this year to refine their tactics. When the competition actually starts, it's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. The Shrek team has performed well in the Grand Soul Arena in the past, so naturally some people are optimistic about them. However, no matter how these people try to defend the Shrek 7 Devils, they cannot change the unfavorable fact that the Shrek 7 Devils were defeated tonight. Royal Fighting Team 2's rest room. Arranging such tactics was too risky. Fortunately, the Shrek team panicked and made a hasty decision. If it were any team with rich combat experience, we would probably have been caught in a fierce battle. After the match, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but feel fortunate. A strong team needs both defense and offense, Qin Yuan said. The purpose of having you train your offensive lineup is not only to expand your tactical options, but more importantly, to help you understand the rhythm of offense. On the big stage, if a strong team uses the same tactics against you, do you know how to counter them if you don't have relevant experience? Feng Xiaotian strongly agreed with this point. Teacher Qin is right. After the match just now, I can see the weaknesses and flaws in the team. If we encounter the same tactics, we will definitely have a countermeasure, unlike the Shrek team which was caught off guard. Let me review the match first, and everyone can carefully recall tonight's game. This is the first time we've used a fast-paced attack tactic, and the experience from this match will be the only standard for future reference. Yan and the others naturally did not refute it. In this match, each of them performed quite well, but there is still considerable room for improvement. However, the joy of victory on everyone's faces was impossible to hide. According to intelligence gathered by the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the Shrek Academy team was highly likely to advance in the preliminaries as the 5th-place finisher. Since they were able to defeat the Shrek Academy team, as long as they continue to improve steadily, they should have no problems in the preliminaries. Chapter 256 Tang Hao on the verge of death. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere in the Royal Fighting Team 2's rest room, the Shrek team's rest room was extremely dull. Apart from Ma Hongjun, who was seriously injured and still receiving treatment in the medical room of the Great Soul Arena, everyone else had their heads down and didn't say a word. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and their heavy breathing was clearly audible. Upon hearing the news, Flander rushed back to the lounge and was heartbroken to see everyone's expressions. In particular, Yu Shaogang himself was greatly affected. He sat on the sofa with a vacant look in his eyes, as if he had lost his soul. As for Dai Mubai and the others, it goes without saying that they were full of fighting spirit before the competition, but they suffered a big defeat on the field and were ridiculed afterwards. How could they accept that? Given their temperament, they naturally wanted revenge against the Royal Fighting Team 2. But tonight's defeat seemed like a silent warning. They were no match for the Royal Fighting Team 2, so how could they possibly seek revenge? Do you think you can change the fact that we've lost by just sitting here like this? Flander scolded in exasperation. This is just a competition in the Great Soul Arena, not the Soul Master Tournament. Losing now is actually a good thing. At least it proves our shortcomings in training and response. We will work hard to improve in the future, and we will get revenge for today's humiliation one day. However, the Shrek 6 monsters were caught in deep self-doubt and couldn't possibly listen to his words. Helpless, Flander could only tell everyone to return to the academy first, and he would talk to them about it later. The Great Soul Arena was crowded and noisy. If they stayed there and someone saw this scene, they would inevitably gossip. The following day, in a cave on the outskirts of Tiando City, Tang Hao suddenly woke up. These past few days, he's collected quite a few medicinal herbs in the vicinity. Of course, these herbs are of extremely poor quality, and their healing effect after consumption is negligible. There was no other way. This was the best resource Tang Hao could find at the moment. Not long ago, Tang Hao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he had no idea how much time had passed. The buckets in the cave that collected dew had overflowed, indicating that several days had gone by. Tang Hao felt a sudden thirst, so he leaned over the bucket and drank deeply. This time, however, he could clearly feel the changes in his body. His internal organs were almost shutting down, and he vomited several times while drinking water. As a super Douluo, Tang Hao was acutely aware of his physical condition. He knew this was a final burst of energy before death, and he would likely perish soon. For a dignified Hoshin Douluo to die in a mountain valley, Tang Hao didn't find anything wrong with it. At least, no one knows he died here, and the people from the spirit hall won't deliberately destroy his body. He can finally find peace in death. Tang Hao used all his strength to stagger to his feet. He knew this was the best burial ground, but he didn't want to die without knowing why. When he left Holy Soul Village, he only left a farewell letter and didn't tell Tang San where he was going. If he dies here, Tang San may never find him again. If this becomes Tang San's inner demon, preventing him from breaking through to the title Douluo level or even higher, then the sin would be immense. Tang Hao picked up a bamboo pole, took out his long unused razor, and began to groom his face. He shaved off his messy beard, put on a new set of clothes, and staggered toward Tiando City. Few people on the mainland know what Tang Hao looks like, and most people only recognize Tang Hao with his unkempt appearance. Tang Hao's appearance is now so unrecognizable to most people. In addition, he doesn't have any soul power fluctuations, so he looks like an ordinary person. Shrek Academy. Tang San didn't sleep all night, and his eyes were bloodshot. Even now, he still refuses to accept the fact of defeat. He locks himself in his dormitory room, staring out the window, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Not only him, but the rest of the Shrek team did the same. This defeat was a huge blow to the Shrek team. Ultimately, it was because they had extremely high expectations before the match, thinking that they could turn things around with just one game. The enormous psychological gap was difficult for Tang San to bear even after his 2 lifetimes, let alone Dai Mubai and the others. Tang San gazed out the window from dawn till dusk. The scenery outside the window kept changing, and before I knew it, a burly figure appeared outside the window. The figure made no move, simply gazing silently toward Tang San. Tang San didn't pay attention at first, but as evening approached and the figure remained motionless, Tang San finally took a closer look. The figure wore a brand new gray robe, and although his face had been cleaned, stubble still remained. The man looked haggard, his hair was dry, and he was extremely weak, barely breathing. Just standing there had already exhausted all his strength. Looking at the man's face, Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted. As a child, he had only ever seen Tang Hao's weathered face. Now that Tang Hao had cleaned up his appearance, he didn't recognize him at first. But the look in his eyes and the melancholy expression were exactly the same as he remembered. Dad. Tang San was shocked. Without thinking, he manipulated the blue-silver grass to make a rope and quickly descended from the window to the ground. He rushed forward in 3 steps at a time. Dad, why are you here? Why are you so weak? Tang San was in a state of utter confusion. The shadow of his defeat in the competition had vanished, and he was extremely worried about Tang Hao's physical condition, so he immediately took his pulse. Tang Hao's current condition is no different from that of a living dead. His pulse is extremely weak. In an ordinary person, such a person would have died long ago. Only Tang Hao, with his title Douluo cultivation, is barely keeping him alive. Xiao San, Don't blame me, there are some things you shouldn't know right now. Tang Hao spoke slowly, his voice no longer carrying the domineering aura of a titled Douluo powerhouse, but more like that of an old man on his deathbed. Without a second thought, Tang San helped Tang Hao run back to the dormitory, placed him on the bed, and quickly took out silver needles and various healing herbs from his soul tool. Don't waste your energy, my injuries are beyond anyone's ability to heal. Tang Hao spoke very softly, staring at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Currently, the only person on the continent who can save him is Yi Tianxin. And given his current state, Yi Tianxin must go all out, not only activating his martial soul true body but also consuming all his soul power, just to save his life. However, he had already offended Yi Tianxin and his gang to death, so how could he dare to ask Yi Tianxin for help now? Moreover, if Yi Tianxin and the others were to arrive at this time, not only would he be doomed, but he would also implicate Tang San. Tang San didn't speak, but used all his strength to insert needles into Tang Hao's body, trying to block the damaged meridians. At the same time, he brewed medicine for Tang Hao to take. Seeing that all his efforts were in vain, Tang Hao gave a bitter smile, took out a brocade box from his bosom, and with all his might, instructed, "Little San, this is what your mother left for you. Remember, before you become a powerful figure on the continent, you must not absorb this soul bone, and you must not expose it." Chapter 257 Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone. Tang Hao wasn't stupid. How could he leave such an important treasure as the Blue-Silver Emperor's 100,000-year-old soul bone in the water curtain cave behind Holy Soul Village, especially since he himself hadn't been around for a long time? For Tang Hao, the Blue-Silver Emperor seedling was merely a source of hope, he didn't care about it. The real yin was actually his 100,000-year soul ring and this 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor soul bone. Tang San took the brocade box, seemingly understanding but not quite. Upon opening it, a rich aura of life rushed out. His blue-silver grass martial spirit, like rain after a long drought, was restless and agitated. Why is this soul bone so kind to me? Tang San didn't understand and wanted to ask. Knowing that his time was running out, Tang Hao naturally had to hand over the reins to prevent Tang San from taking any detours. Little San, after you graduate from Shrek Academy, go to Yuexuan to find Madame Yuehua. Show her your clear sky hammer martial soul, and she'll take you to see your uncle. After your father is gone, you must listen to your uncle. Your uncle tells you. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Hao fell into a coma again. Tang San was shocked. While feeding the herbs to Tang Hao, he frantically circulated his soul power to block the chaotic soul power running rampant in his body. Despite his efforts, it was all in vain. The last bit of life force in Tang Hao's body was rapidly draining away, and he couldn't stop it at all. Just as Tang San was in despair, the extremely rich life force within the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone flowed into Tang Hao's body. The lost life force is being rapidly replenished. At least Tang Hao will not die directly from it, but life force alone is not enough. If the hidden injuries in Tang Hao's body are not treated in time, this life force will eventually be lost again. Tang San let out a long sigh, his face grave. This soul bone has a very strong life force and is extremely old. Father only needs to absorb a small amount of life force to keep him alive. However, this only delays death. We must completely heal the hidden injuries in father's body. Tiando City is one of the 3 major cities in the Douluo continent. As long as you have enough money, you can still buy high-grade healing medicines. In particular, the medicinal herbs sold by Yi Tianxin and Du Gubo are all of the pharmacy's collection level, which can be bought as long as you have money, and they are extremely effective. Today is different from the past. In the original timeline, Ning Fengji paid Tang San 5 million gold soul coins to purchase hidden weapons, which gave Tang San sufficient funds. But now, Tang San doesn't even recognize Ning Rongrong, so why would Ning Fengji give him money for nothing? The only hope at hand can be placed on Lady Yuehua, whom Tang Hao mentioned. Although Tang San did not know what the relationship between her and him was, he could find his uncle through her, so they must be relatives. Aside from that, the only way to obtain a large amount of gold soul coins would probably be to sell this Blue-Silver Emperor soul bone. But this was a keepsake left to Tang San by his mother, and Tang San would never sell it. Moreover, given his strength, if he were to produce such a valuable soul bone, it would likely have been snatched away during the transaction. Having been in Heaven Do City for so long, Tang San naturally knew what Yuexuan was. If it really came down to money, Madame Yuehua certainly had enough. However, given Tang Hao's current condition, he definitely needs someone to take care of him. Tang San doesn't trust anyone else, so he immediately went to find Yu Xiaogang, hoping to get Yu Xiaogang's help. Wooden house on the back hill. Xiaogang, have something to eat. Lu Erlong brought the food and approached Yu Xiaogang, looking anxious. Yu Xiaogang was completely disoriented and utterly unmoved. He was only a Grand Soul Master, and given his advanced age, his physical condition wasn't much better than that of an ordinary person. Not eating for a long time would cause serious health problems. At this moment, Tang San rushed over. Seeing Tang San's expression, Lu Erlong's eyebrows relaxed slightly. Tang San holds a significant place in Yu Xiaogang's heart, and if Tang San were to intervene and persuade him, Yu Xiaogang's mood would definitely improve. Teacher Erlong, I would like to speak with you alone, Tang San said, bowing slightly. Lu Erlong put down his rice bowl, gave some instructions, and then temporarily left the wooden house. Seeing Yu Xiaogang in this state, Tang San felt bad too, but now he had no time to comfort him. Teacher, my dad is back. He's in my dorm, but he's seriously injured. I need you to look after him. Yu Xiaogang remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard. Helpless, Tang San had no choice but to repeat it over and over again. About 5 minutes later, Yu Xiaogang suddenly realized something and asked, Tang Hao. Tang San nodded. Yes, teacher, my father's current situation. After the explanation, Yu Xiaogang was immediately shocked. In his mind, Tang Hao was an invincible being. Back then, Tang Hao single-handedly defeated 2 guardian Douluos of the Spirit Hall, as well as Pope Qian Xunji. That was an incredible feat. How could he possibly be severely injured, or even on the verge of death? Tang San didn't mention the soul bone. It was his mother's keepsake, and he didn't want outsiders to know. After all, he was currently only a soul master and didn't yet have the ability to protect his soul bone. Yu Xiaogang rushed out of the wooden house, preparing to go to the dormitory with Tang San. During this time, Yu Xiaogang asked Lu Erlong to call Flander. In Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang trusted Lu Erlong and Flander the most, and naturally he needed their help with such a big matter. Most importantly, these two were not fond of the Spirit Hall and pose no threat to Tang Hao. After entrusting the task of preparing the herbal medicine and taking care of the patients to Yu Xiaogang and the other two, Tang San prepared to go to Yuexuan for help. Of course, he didn't specify where he was going, since he wasn't familiar with Yuexuan and didn't know how to explain it. Hey, how about I go with you? Flander offered. Tang San shook his head. Dean, I'm mainly going out to buy medicinal herbs. I have enough money, and there's no danger in the city. After saying that, he quickly left. Inside the room, Flanders and the other two sat around the bed. I never imagined that someone as powerful as Hooshin Douluo would be injured like this. Just how many powerful figures are left on the continent? Flanders sighed repeatedly, his tone tinged with worry. In his mind, Tang Hao, as a titled Douluo, was already at the ceiling level, while titled Douluos like Du Gubo were far inferior to Tang Hao. There are only so many titled Douluo on the mainland. Could it be that a peak powerhouse has emerged among them? Yu Xiaogang's face darkened as his attention was diverted, and he was no longer upset about the loss in the competition. Besides the Pope's Hall and the Elders' Hall on the surface, the Spirit Hall also has a hidden Hall of Worship. It is said that the chief of the Hall of Worship is a level 99 limit Douluo. Yu Xiaogang had worked at the Spirit Hall and learned many of its secrets from Bibi Dong. Therefore, he guessed that it might be a powerful figure from the Hall of Offerings who made the move. Limit Douluo, how powerful must that be? Flanders' mouth dropped open, completely bewildered. Xiaogang, will we be in danger after we rescue His Majesty Hooshin? Lu Erlong asked with concern. Compared to Tang Hao, she was more concerned about protecting Yu Xiaogang's safety. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Those old monsters wouldn't make a move easily, it must be other elders. However, since His Majesty Hooshin was able to arrive at Shrek Academy safely, his whereabouts must have been kept secret, and the Spirit Hall won't know about it for a while. Chapter 258 Ant. Yuexuan. This is an extremely prosperous building in Tiando City. It is already night, but the interior of Yuexuan is brightly lit, and even the street in front of it is illuminated by the lights. Here, learned scholars converse and laugh, and there are no uncultured people among the visitors. The noble scions who came and went were all elegant in demeanor and dressed in expensive clothes. Tang San's attire seemed out of place here, and his inferiority complex surged up, causing him to freeze in place for a moment. After a long while, having mentally prepared himself, he finally stepped forward. Halt! This is Yuexuan. We do not receive guests who are not properly dressed. The guards at the entrance were all dressed smartly. Tang San was stunned for a moment, then said, I've come to see Madame Yuehua. I have urgent business to discuss with her. Please inform her. As he spoke, Tang San took out a few gold soul coins, attempting to bribe the other party. But where is this place? This is a gathering place for nobles. Those young masters and ladies of noble families can easily tip dozens or even hundreds of gold soul coins. How could Tang San's little money possibly catch the eye of the guards? The crisp sound of the gold soul coins hitting the ground was audible. The guards sneered, we do not receive guests who are improperly dressed. Don't think you can fool us by bribing us. Lady Yuehua's status is so noble, how could someone like you be seen so easily? Get out of here right now, or we'll have to hand you over to the city's patrol team. Lady Yuehua was Tang San's only lifeline. If he couldn't see her, his father would truly be dead. Tang San was extremely anxious. He took a few steps back, disregarding his pride, and hurriedly shouted, Lady Yuehua, I have urgent business to discuss with you. I have a token, but it must be given to you alone. Hey guys, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. If he bothers Madam, he'll lose his bonus this month. Grab him and teach him a lesson. Tang San did not give up. While dealing with the guards, he continued to use the same words. On the top floor of Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua sat by the window, sipping tea and admiring the view outside. Suddenly, a commotion was heard outside the window. Lady Yuehua herself didn't have a high level of soul power, so she didn't hear what Tang San said for a moment. Outside the door, her personal guard relayed a message. Madam, a simply dressed young man has arrived at the door, saying he wants to see you and has brought a token. However, I do not know whether his words are credible. Tang Yuehua put down her teacup and paused for a moment, lost in thought. Yuexuan stands out in Tiando City, not associating with anyone, not participating in politics, and never provoking enemies. No one has dared to make fun of her in recent years, so the person outside must really have something urgent to attend to, and might even be sent by the sect. Tang Yuehua said softly, take him to the reception room on the 4th floor. I'll be there shortly. The guards obeyed, and Tang Yuehua straightened her appearance and descended the stairs with dignified steps. Outside the door, a guard called out, young man, stop shouting. You're lucky, Lady Yuehua is willing to see you. Come with me. Even if Tang Yuehua agreed to meet him, given Tang San's attire, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter the main hall and would be taken to the 4th floor by the guards through the staff passage. 4th floor, in front of the reception room. Tang Yuehua was also worried that Tang San would be a threat to her, so she would not easily get close to him before his identity was confirmed. What is your name, and what is this token you mentioned? Tang Yuehua asked. Lady Yuehua, my name is Tang San. My token is my martial soul, but I can only show it to you, Tang San said. Insolence. The guard roared in anger. If someone reveals their martial spirit in front of Tang Yuehua, who would believe it wasn't an assassination attempt? Who is your father? Tang Yuehua asked again. The Clear Sky sect has many new disciples, and although Tang Yuehua doesn't know them all, she knows their father's names and might be able to deduce Tang San's background. After all, Tang San's surname is Tang. My father's surname is also Tang, and his given name is Hao. Inside the reception room, Tang Yuehua's expression froze. Tang Hao. She was certain that she had not revealed her identity. When Tang Hao was being hunted down by the spirit hall, he was indeed carrying an infant in swaddling clothes, whose age was about the same as Tang San's. Shrek Academy has recently gained considerable fame in Heaven Do City, and Tang Yuehua has learned about Tang San's situation. Let him in, Tang Yuehua said. But madam, this boy's origins are unknown. If he were to harm you, the guard hurriedly explained. Tang Yuehua snorted lightly. What, my words have no effect. These guards were all handpicked by the Clear Sky sect, and they are absolutely loyal to the sect. They are not the owners of the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul. Tang Yuehua was Tang Xiao's younger sister. Without a reliable person, how could Tang Xiao dare to leave her alone in Tiando City? Yes, madam. The guards put Tang San down and stepped back dozens of meters to ensure they couldn't hear the conversation inside the reception room. Tang San entered the room and greeted her with courtesy, saying, Madam Yuehua, I have an urgent matter to ask of you. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, no rush, let me see your token first. Tang San nodded and closed the door, revealing his Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul as Tang Hao had instructed. Houshan Hammer, you're Hao Ji's son. Tang Yuehua was shocked, finally confirming Tang San's identity. The situation was urgent, and Tang San didn't want to pry into the relationship between Lady Yuehua and his father. He quickly said, Lady Yuehua, my father is seriously injured and will not live much longer. I need some medicine to heal him. My dad said that you can help me find my uncle. I hope to get his help. Tang Yuehua immediately tensed up. Tang Hao hadn't contacted anyone for so many years since leaving home, and now he was telling Tang San about the situation. This was clearly entrusting his son to someone else. Tang Yuehua asked anxiously, Xiao San, what happened to brother Hao? Take me to see him. After Tang San's explanation, Tang Yuehua finally calmed down and realized that she had lost her composure. With Tang Hao's strength, few on the continent can rival him. The person who could severely injure him must be quite powerful. If she rushes to Shrek Academy, she will definitely be spotted by someone with ulterior motives. In that case, she will not only harm herself, but also Tang Hao's family. Xiao San, I am your aunt, and my surname is also Tang. Brother Xiao can't come for the time being, but I will write a letter and send it back immediately. However, Brother Xiao is very busy, and I don't know when he can come. I'll help you find the medicinal herbs first. Let me know as soon as you find anything. With that, Tang Yuehua stood up and led Tang San to his private residence on the 5th floor. Seeing this, Yuexuan's guards were no longer nervous. After all, the fact that Tang Yuehua took the initiative to lead him to the 5th floor already proved that their relationship was extraordinary. Who is this kid? Could he be a relative of the madam? The guards looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know, but Madame Yuehua's expression is grave. Something must have happened. It might be something to do with Madame Yuehua's family. These guards were all from the Houshan sect, and they naturally thought that something might have happened to the Houshan sect, so they immediately felt a tightness in their hearts. Before they could figure it out, they quickly received a gag order from Tang Yuehua, and one by one they stopped talking about it and even deliberately concealed Tang San's arrival. Chapter 259 Sect Master Houshan. Yuexuan held an extraordinary position in the noble circles of Tiando City. With Tang Yuehua's influence, obtaining a batch of high-value healing herbs wouldn't be difficult. However, high-value herbs are strategic resources, and once acquired, Tang Yuehua would quickly send them back to the Houshan sect for safekeeping. At that moment, she didn't have many medicinal herbs available, only 2 that were very helpful in treating internal injuries. Xiao San, you can use these 2 herbs first. We'll have to wait for Brother Xiao to bring the rest. At this point, Tang Yuehua looked melancholy. Back then, the Clear Sky sect shifted all the blame onto Tang Hao. Although Tang Xiao was made sect leader, it was only because he was the only titled Douluo left in the sect at the time. He was forced into the position. Later, as the 5 elders successively broke through to higher levels, they took over the management of many affairs within the sect. Tang Xiao himself was too lazy to compete for power and spent most of his time in seclusion for cultivation. Tang Hao is currently seriously injured, and it's already quite good that the 5 elders aren't taking advantage of his power. Getting them to produce medicinal herbs will probably not be easy. High-level healing herbs are always in high demand but priceless, especially those for treating internal injuries. In the entire Tiando city, probably only Douluo could produce a batch in a short time. However, Yuzan has no contact with Douluo, and given Douluo's reclusive nature, it's highly unlikely that he can use connections to buy medicinal herbs from him. Tang Yuehua could only make 2 preparations. She would collect medicinal herbs in the city, and she could only rely on Tang Xiao on the other hand. However, neither side is reliable. Tang Hao was seriously injured by someone unknown. If he were to collect medicinal herbs in a high-profile manner, it would inevitably attract attention. And people would then follow the clues to find Tang Hao and his son. Thank you, Auntie. I will tell Dad when he wakes up. Tang San bowed at a 90-degree angle and put away the 2 medicinal herbs on the table. Tang Yuehua solemnly reminded her, Mistress, don't come to Yuexuan to see me again. Go here. She handed over a note. Also, I might be going to infiltrate Shrek Academy under a false identity later. You need to make sure that the information is kept secret and that no one outside knows about it. Tang San nodded, then took the medicinal herbs and left Yuexuan. Tang Yuehua also began to busy herself, blocking information while contacting nobles with whom she had a good relationship to secretly purchase medicinal herbs. The Heavenly Battle Arena. I heard Shrek Academy didn't come today, probably because they're afraid of losing face. Yao Zi said gloatingly. Yan chimed in, their strength isn't that great, but they're quite confident. Let them be. Our opponent tonight is an all-soul sect team that has recently achieved more than 10 consecutive victories. We need to be careful and not get distracted by unimportant people. Qin Yuan certainly wouldn't let the Royal Fighting Team 2 be matched with weak teams all the time. The team he arranged this time was strong enough, which can be regarded as a major test for the Royal Fighting Team 2. Teams that only dominate weak teams won't go far in major competitions. They need to hone everyone's courage so that they won't be cowards when facing strong teams. If they want Qin Yuan to provide them with immortal herbs to improve their strength, how can they do it without outstanding achievements? Over the next 2 days, thanks to the medicinal herbs provided by Tang Yuehua, Tang Hao's internal injuries improved significantly. He had already woken up, but his condition was very poor, and he needed to rest and recuperate most of the time. Shrek Academy is currently focused on keeping Tang Hao's identity a secret and searching for medicinal herbs, so they don't have time to pay attention to the mental well-being of Dai Mubai and the others. This gave Tyrone an opportunity. After the previous name change controversy, most of the outstanding students in Blue Tyrant Academy either transferred schools or graduated and left. Of the Blue Tyrant team originally formed by Lu Erlong, only Tailong remains at Shrek Academy. Although the Power Clan has Titan, a sole Douluo powerhouse, the entire clan considers themselves superior and has never interacted with nobles, naturally lacking social resources. Being able to study at Shrek Academy is already a privilege. Naturally, they wouldn't allow Tyrone to drop out. Tailong was naturally dissatisfied with the pre-selected members, but he was no match for Tang San and the others, and being alone, he couldn't cause any trouble, so he didn't make a fuss. Right now, the Shrek 7 Devils are at a low point in their morale, and Talon sees this as his opportunity. If he seizes it, he might have a chance to become one of the main players. The residents of the Power Clan. After Talon shared his thoughts, Titan wholeheartedly agreed. You finally did something decent, kid. Taking advantage of the situation this time was a good opportunity. Titan laughed and said, however, you alone are not enough. The Shrek 7 Devils are Flanders' direct subordinates. Even if you can defeat a few of them, it will be difficult to integrate into the group. Tomorrow, your grandpa will personally take charge and I'm determined to secure one of those spots. Tyrone was overjoyed. He didn't even rest that night, but instead trained hard to prepare to become a key player. On the other side, after receiving Tang Yuehua's letter, Tang Xiao immediately left the sect with healing herbs. Fortunately, Tang Yuehua used private channels, so the letter wouldn't fall into the hands of the 5 elders. Furthermore, Tang Xiao himself was in seclusion within the sect for a long time, locking the door to his meditation room from the inside, so no one would care whether he went out or not. Shrek Academy. In the past few days, through Tang Yuehua, Flander, and others, Tang San has learned a general understanding of the Clear Sky sect. He has confirmed that his father is not an ordinary blacksmith, but a genuine title Douluo. In an instant, his feelings of inferiority vanished, and he gained confidence when facing nobles in the future. However, due to Tang Hao's deliberate concealment, Tang San did not know what had happened back then. He only knew that for some reason, his father had fallen from being the pride of the Clear Sky sect and the successor to the sect leader to his current state. At night, the dormitory doors and windows were inexplicably blown open by the wind. Tang San was a little nervous, but fortunately the person who came in quickly appeared. The newcomer was tall and well-dressed, and his appearance bore a resemblance to Tang Hao. After entering the room, the visitor patted Tang San's shoulder and said with a smile, "You must be the little San that Yuehua was talking about. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Tang Hao on the bed. Seeing that Tang Hao was out of danger, he relaxed considerably and smiled, "Brother Hao, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" The newcomer was none other than Tang Xiao, the sect leader of the Haoshan sect. At Tang Hao's signal, Tang San left the room. Next, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao talked for a long time. Although everyone in the Haoshan sect was blaming Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, as his elder brother, showed no resentment. On the contrary, he blamed the sect for the serious errors in its decision-making back then. "Brother Hao, who injured you?" Tang Xiao asked in a deep voice. Compared to the injured Tang Hao, he was a genuine level 96 title Douluo, enough to stand up for Tang Hao. Tang Hao sighed softly and recounted how he had kidnapped Yi Tianxin and how he had been surrounded and attacked by Du Gubo and his two companions. Having narrowly escaped death, Tang Hao had come to terms with many things and had no intention of seeking revenge, he simply stated the facts. Chapter 260 Master and Servant Meet. Du Gubo and Lei Zhen are just two ordinary title Douluos. They dare to lay a hand on you, Brother Hao. I think they're tired of living. Tang Xiao snorted lightly, his aura undisguised. Tang Hao grabbed his arm and shook his head repeatedly. "Brother Xiao, that kid is not simple." "Kid, that Qin Yuan?" Tang Xiao asked, puzzled. Yuexuan served as the outpost of the Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua had already sent information about events occurring in Tiando City and even across the continent to the sect. Although the Haoshan sect was in seclusion, it was always able to receive the latest intelligence from the outside world. Tang Hao smiled bitterly. "I suffered a great loss at that kid's hands twice in a row. He is indeed a soul Douluo, but he has two 100,000-year soul rings. The first 4 soul rings are even more outstanding in age, not much different from my grandfather back then. I've figured it out now. That kid must have received some kind of inheritance. His true strength is probably no weaker than a typical level 95 title Douluo. Du Gubo isn't the so-called weakest title Douluo on the continent either. He broke through to level 94 without making a sound, and Lei Zhen's strength is also level 92. If you really fight them, with Yi Tianxin's help, Brother Xiao, you're in big trouble." Tang Xiao knew how terrifying Tang Chen was back then, and Qin Yuan, having obtained a similar opportunity, must be extraordinary in strength. Tang Xiao sighed helplessly and asked in return, "You know they are powerful, so why did you provoke them?" "I heard from Yuehua that the 4 of them are not on good terms with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's style of doing things has become increasingly domineering in recent years, and there will inevitably be a conflict in the future. Since Qin Yuan is so powerful, he might be our helper in the future. The sect needs an opportunity to return to the mainland, but we only have one chance. We can only succeed. Failure means annihilation." Tang Hao could only manage a wry smile. There was no way around it. Back then, he was arrogant and looked down on Qin Yuan. Not long ago, he heard Tang San say that when he met Qin Yuan in the Stardo Great Forest, he helped Tang San obtain his 3rd spirit ring. If this opportunity were seized, it might be possible to forge an alliance with Qin Yuan. Unfortunately, given the current situation, reconciliation between the two sides is no longer an option. Alright, he's just a rogue cultivator, not worth our Haoshan sect lowering ourselves for. If Qin Yuan doesn't act recklessly again, this matter ends here. Otherwise, once you've recovered, Brother Hao, we'll definitely teach him a lesson." Tang Xiao stopped dwelling on it. Tang Xiao had not forgotten the fine traditions of the Haoshan sect. However, given the current situation on the continent, the Haoshan sect could not afford to create another powerful enemy. Qin Yuan's future is limitless, who knows if he will be the next Tang Chen. Since Tang Hao has come to terms with it, let's let it go for now. It's not too late to take revenge when Tang Hao returns to the sect and the Clear Sky sect becomes stronger. Alright, Brother Hao, don't think too much about it. At least Xiao San hasn't been exposed. I'll handle things with the sect for you. When the time is right, you and Xiao San can go back to the sect together." Tang Hao lowered his head and remained silent. Tang Xiao did not rush to leave. He would stay away from the sect for 2 or 3 days without being discovered by anyone. Later, Tang Yuehua will also come to visit Tang Hao, and he will have to cover for Tang Yuehua. The next day, Titan of the Power Clan brought Tyrone to Shrek Academy. Recently, due to Tang Hao's incident, Shrek Academy has been under lockdown, allowing only exits but not entry. Even though Tyrone is a member of the academy, he is not allowed to return to the academy for a short period of time. After leaving it, Senior Taelong, Senior, the dean personally ordered that the academy is now only allowing people to leave, not enter. I told you that when you left yesterday. The 2 students guarding the gate looked helpless. What kind of bullshit rules are these? Titan has never been one for a good temper. As a senior figure in the world of Soul Masters, being shut out by 2 juniors would surely make him a laughingstock if word got out. Fearing he might cause trouble and lose his place in the academy, Tyrone hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The academy has never been in such a state before. Could something serious have occurred? The 2 gatekeeper students shook their heads helplessly. Senior, we don't know the specifics either. It was all arranged by the dean. The dean didn't explain it to us, so we dare not say anything. Titan sneered, then thought, isn't it just to protect his protégés? He makes it sound so noble, but all he wants is to deprive my grandson of the chance to become a key member of the team. Titan was furious, and his soul power erupted, which could be felt throughout the entire Shrek Academy. With Tang Xiao and Tang San taking care of Tang Hao, Flander and the others had a much easier job, only needing to cover for them. The sudden surge of soul power at the academy gate made it hard not to suspect an enemy attack. Meanwhile, in Tang San's dormitory, sensing the familiar presence, Tang Xiao asked in confusion, "Brother Hao, did you summon the members of the Power Clan?" Tang Hao shook his head. After so many years, he didn't know how loyal the Power Clan was anymore, so he naturally wouldn't tell them about his situation when he was in trouble. At this moment, Titan took the initiative to cause trouble. Who can guarantee that he didn't have ulterior motives? Tang Xiao frowned. "I'll go check first." "Howdy, take care of yourself." If possible, Tang Xiao naturally hoped that the Power Clan could return to the Clear Sky sect, so that having more people would provide more strength when dealing with the Spirit Hall in the future. However, if the Power Clan is corrupted by the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't mind letting the Power Clan disappear. Outside Shrek Academy, Flander, Zhao Wuji, and Lu Erlong stared nervously at Titan. Titan was a high-level soul Douluo with immense strength, even ordinary title Douluos couldn't match his power. The 3 of them dared not relax their guard in the slightest. "Senior Titan, this is Shrek Academy, and your grandson Tyrone is also studying here. What is the meaning of this?" Flander asked in a deep voice. "If a real fight breaks out, the fluctuations in soul power here will likely attract the attention of more forces. At that time, anyone with a keen eye will only need to investigate briefly to find out that Tang Hao is hiding here." How could Titan know that Tang Hao was hiding at Shrek Academy? Seeing that all 3 deans of the academy had appeared, he felt that Shrek Academy's reaction was somewhat excessive. However, as a powerful figure in the Soul Master world, he naturally wouldn't back down. He coldly snorted and said, "What? I've brought my grandson here to seek justice, and you're all so afraid of me? Are you feeling guilty, or is there something else going on? Flander, you call yourself a gentleman, but what have you done? In the selection of the academy team, you completely favored your own students, while refusing to let my grandson in. What, do you look down on my Power Clan?" Flander's lips twitched. "This kind of thing can be discussed privately, there's no need to make such a big fuss." Furthermore, he didn't say he was going to abandon Taelong. Participating in the Soul Master tournament will definitely require substitutes in the team, giving Taelong plenty of opportunities to play. Tang Xiao had already arrived near the gates of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Titan's words, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Titan has always acted with integrity and honesty, so they must have come here just for this reason. After thinking it over, Tang Xiao decided to meet with Titan and, incidentally, sound out Titan's opinion. If the Power Clan remains loyal to the Clear Sky sect and Tang Hao, they might be able to provide significant assistance before Tang Hao and his son officially return to the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 261. A Dog of the Tang Family. Tang Hao and Tang San have not yet returned to their sect, as there are some things they cannot do, or they lack the manpower. If they could obtain the help of the Power Clan, the father and son's future situation would be greatly improved. Having made up his mind, Tang Xiao transmitted his voice to Flander and the other two through the method of forced sound transmission. Take Titan to the reception room. I want to see him in person. As for Titan, Tang Xiao deliberately appeared in his line of sight and beckoned to him. Titan was immediately puzzled. What's the sect master of Haoshan sect doing here? Titan was puzzled for a moment, but recalling the previous reactions of Flanders and the other two, he guessed something. Although Blue Tyrant Academy has changed its name, it is undoubtedly an enterprise of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although the Haoshan sect is in seclusion, it has always maintained certain contacts with the outside world. Tang Xiao's appearance here may be because he is discussing serious matters with the higher-ups of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, or perhaps discussing some transactions. It's true that the area around the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan's territory is dangerous, but there are many spies from various factions operating in the shadows. For some confidential negotiations, the various factions will choose safe locations in private rather than meeting directly within their sects. Since Tang Xiao happened to be there, Titan also wanted to ask where the master of the Power Clan had gone. Senior Titan, may I ask if you may come into the courtyard for a chat? Flander gestured for him to enter. Titan's attitude changed, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, I am not an unreasonable person. As long as Dean Flander gives a reasonable explanation, I will not hold it against him. Tyrone, standing to the side, was somewhat confused. 1 second the Titans were ready to fight, how come they've suddenly started negotiating? However, Tyrone was still stopped outside the academy gates, and the details of the subsequent negotiations remained unknown. Outside Shrek Academy, Yi Tianxin's disciple happened to be passing by. Recently, the demand for high-grade medicinal herbs in the city has surged. As the supplier, and with the shadow of Tang Hao still lingering, Yi Tianxin did not leave the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Instead, he sent his disciples to inquire about the situation outside. This disciple noticed the scene in front of Shrek Academy. He was just there to watch the excitement, but when he reported it to Yi Tianxin, he mentioned it inadvertently, which made Yi Tianxin speculate about the situation at Shrek. Of course, these are all things that will happen later and have no impact on Shrek Academy at present. The Shrek Academy meeting room. Tang Xiao waited there for a short while, and soon Titan was brought in by Flander. Flanders wisely left and closed the door to prevent anyone from overhearing their conversation. Senior Titan has a keen sense of smell. I've only just arrived, and Senior Titan has already come knocking on my door. Tang Xiao spoke calmly, but his words revealed the loyalty of the suspicious clan. Titan quickly stated, Sect Leader Tang, this old servant truly did not know you had come to Shrek Academy. This old servant has come here only to seek justice for my grandson and have him join the main force of Shrek Academy, nothing more, absolutely no other intentions. Titan looked slightly flustered, just like when he proved himself back then. Tang Xiao was basically certain that Titan's appearance was accidental, not at someone's behest, and he was unaware that Tang Hao was also there. Master Tang, if this old servant dares to ask, where is the master now? Titan asked cautiously. Why do you ask about Brother Hao? Tang Xiao countered. Titan immediately stated his position. The master is the master of the Power Clan, and also the master of the old slave. Now that the master's whereabouts are unknown, the entire Power Clan is waiting for the master's return. Tang Xiao wouldn't easily expose Tang Hao. Given Tang Hao's current physical condition, he couldn't withstand much strain. If Titan remained as loyal as before, there wouldn't be any problem. Unfortunately, after the Clear Sky sect closed its doors, the Spirit Hall purged the 4 major affiliated clans of the Clear Sky sect. Among them, the Power Clan resisted the most fiercely, suffering particularly heavy casualties. At present, Tang Xiao can only confirm that Titan did not collude with the Spirit Hall, but how loyal Titan is to Tang Hao is a big question mark. However, Titan's next words completely dispelled Tang Xiao's concerns. Sect Master Tang, after all, my master was once my disciple. Although it was only in blacksmithing, I have never regretted being your servant. In recent years, the Power Clan has made some progress in Tiando City, and the family has flourished again. This old servant dares to inquire about the whereabouts of our master. The Power Clan cannot be without a leader for even a day. We need our master to return and take charge of the overall situation. Tang Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Come with me, I'll take you to see someone." Tang Xiao was uneasy about sending Titan directly to see Tang Hao, but it wouldn't hurt to let Titan meet Tang San. It would be a good test of Titan's loyalty. Moreover, with Tang Xiao right beside him, there was no fear of Titan suddenly attacking and hurting people. Under Tang Xiao's arrangement, Titan and Tang San met in the reception room of Shrek Academy. Tang San didn't recognize the old man in front of him, but he could sense the terrifying strength emanating from him, and was momentarily stunned. "Uncle, who is this?" Titan, sensing something amiss, quickly asked, "Are you the master's child?" He was familiar with the Shrek 7 devils and knew that Tang San possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul. The woman who was close to Tang Hao back then also possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul. In this situation, Titan had reason to believe that the other party was Tang Hao's child. Tang Xiao explained briefly, "Little San, this is Titan, the patriarch of the Power Clan, and also Hao Di's blacksmith teacher back then. Show your clear sky hammer martial soul to Patriarch Titan." Tang San did not hesitate and unconditionally trusted his uncle. Upon seeing the clear sky sect's martial soul, Titan belatedly realized, young master has twin martial souls. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Haha, I never expected that the young master's talent would surpass that of the master back then. He truly deserves to be the master's child." Tang San was somewhat confused. Beforehand, Tang Xiao had used telepathy to remind him not to reveal Tang Hao's situation. However, Titan's enthusiasm was too much for Tang San to handle. Seeing this, Titan explained things to Tang San, and Tang San gradually came to accept the Power Clan. This old servant Titan greets the young master. "If the young master has any needs, the entire clan of strength will serve you without hesitation." Titan knelt on one knee, his attitude sincere. Tang San quickly helped him up and said, "Senior Titan, you flatter me. I am just a soul master and cannot accept such a generous gift from you." Titan, however, did not care and hurriedly said, "The entire Power Clan is loyal to our master. Since the young master is our master's child, then the young master is also the master of the Power Clan." Tang San does indeed need Titan's help. The medicinal herbs that Tang Xiao brought were limited, and even with the herbs that Tang Yuehua had collected, it was still far from enough. They could only suppress Tang Hao's hidden injuries, but could not completely cure them. However, Yi Tianxin and Douluo are the main suppliers of high-grade medicinal herbs for Tiando City. If they were to personally make large-scale purchases, it would inevitably attract attention. Therefore, Tang San arranged for the Li clan to secretly purchase a small amount. Having finally waited for his master, Titan naturally wouldn't refuse and agreed to everything. Chapter 262 Taking advantage of the situation, setting up a murder trap. 2 days later, at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. While listening to his disciples' reports, Yi Tianxin noticed the situation at Shrek Academy. Although he had escaped Tang Hao's clutches, he had not forgotten to investigate Tang San's identity. However, Tang San was just an ordinary citizen in the past, and no one paid much attention to him. At most, they could find out that Tang San had lived in Nodding City, but no further details could be found. Who in Tiando City doesn't know Titan? This guy is like a rock in a latrine, stinking and stubborn, showing no respect to anyone. Given Titan's temperament, if he went to Shrek Academy to cause trouble, he would definitely be furious to the end. His sudden change of attitude is clearly out of character. Furthermore, some clues have now been uncovered regarding the recent acquisition of high-level medicinal herbs by a mysterious seller in Tiando City. It's important to understand that high-grade medicinal herbs are strategic resources. Aside from large sects that make long-term purchases, private sellers rarely acquire them. After all, high-grade medicinal herbs command extremely high premiums and are very difficult to store. Trying to profit from reselling high-grade medicinal herbs is simply unrealistic. They are very likely to rot in your hands. Those sects all openly acquire things, so how could Yi Tianxin not be suspicious when a mysterious seller suddenly appears and acquires things privately? High-grade medicinal herbs have a certain healing effect even on tidal Douluo. Such a large-scale purchase clearly indicates that someone behind this is seriously injured and in grave danger. If we can find out the identity of the buyer behind it, we might have a chance to take advantage of them. Yi Tianxin himself was in Tiando City. The injured person didn't ask him to help, but instead made some underhanded moves. It was hard for Yi Tianxin not to suspect that the injured person was his enemy. Based on what his disciples had seen and heard in front of Shrek Academy, Yi Tianxin keenly sensed that there was probably more to this than met the eye. Immediately, he approached Qin Yuan, who was leading the Royal Fighting Team 2 in their training, and pulled him aside to a secluded corner for a private conversation. Fourth brother, I suspect that Tang Hao is at Shrek Academy. Yi Tianxin's words were a direct and devastating blow. The Power Clan was formerly an affiliated sect of the Clear Sky sect, and Yi Tianxin came from that era, so she naturally understood the special bond between Titan and Tang Hao. How could the Titan be shut down instantly without Tang Hao's intervention? What else could Tang Hao do at Shrek Academy besides visit Tang San? Given Tang San's development trajectory, Titan definitely wouldn't recognize him. If they did, it would indirectly prove that Tang San is Tang Hao's son. Qin Yuan was certainly certain of the relationship between Tang Hao and his son, but he did not know why Tang Hao went to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy hadn't participated in the Soul Battle for some time, so Qin Yuan naturally wouldn't pay much attention to them. Yi Tianxin continued, adding, Fourth brother, are you sure Tang Hao escaped that day by using the exploding ring? Qin Yuan nodded and added, not only that, he also activated his martial soul true body and was beaten up by third brother in close combat. Yi Tianxin stroked his gray beard and said, that makes sense. After my previous treatment, Tang Hao's internal injuries were in a barely balanced state. After the ring explosion, the surge in soul power was enough to destroy his meridians and aggravate his internal injuries. According to the information I've gathered, Shrek Academy seems to be under some kind of martial law recently, and there have been people in the city secretly buying up high-level healing herbs, especially those for treating internal injuries. I suspect that the mysterious buyer is purchasing a large quantity of herbs in order to treat Tang Hao. Yi Tianxin's analysis was comprehensive and almost entirely factual. However, the only thing that didn't make sense was where Shrek Academy got so much money. High-grade medicinal herbs are extremely valuable. Even if Shrek Academy and the Power Clan joined forces, they probably couldn't buy many. According to the information, the private buyer is very wealthy, and basically purchased the items from private collectors and auction houses at high premiums. Without sufficient financial backing, this mysterious buyer would not have come to Yi Tianxin's attention. Second brother, if you're interested in investigating, you might as well start with the major powers in the city. There aren't many powers that can come up with a huge amount of funds in a short time. If you keep investigating, you'll be able to lock onto your target in no time, Qin Yuan reminded him. Qin Yuan knew the truth about some things, but without evidence, he couldn't make things up. Having Yi Tianxin investigate the evidence will be of great help in the future. As for Tang Hao, Qin Yuan didn't care whether he was recuperating at Shrek Academy. So much time has passed, and with a powerful force secretly helping, it's clear that the Clear Sky sect has made a move. Otherwise, how could Tang Hao, Flander, and the others, along with the Power Clan, have accomplished this? At this moment, powerful figures from the Clear Sky sect might have gathered inside Shrek Academy. Even if we went to kill them, it would be futile. It would only expose the identities of Tang Hao and his son. At that time, Tang Hao and Tang San will be like frightened birds, hiding here and there. How will they have any chance to kill Tang Hao? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It would be better to go with the flow and let things develop in the original timeline. They also made arrangements at key moments to deliver a fatal blow to Tang Hao and eliminate any possibility of his escape. Yi Tianxin agreed with Qin Yuan's suggestion. After a pause, he asked, Fourth brother, aren't you going to investigate? I can't leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy for the time being, and if I direct others to investigate, there will inevitably be oversights. Qin Yuan shook his head and sighed softly. Second brother, actually, by the time you realized something, the other party had most likely already made countermeasures. Admittedly, that mysterious buyer was buying medicine for Tang Hao, but could a seriously injured Tang Hao and Tang San, who only had the cultivation of a soul venerable, really get the powerful forces behind the scenes to take action? Tang Hao is ultimately a member of the Haoshan sect, and the inheritor of the Haoshan title. Do you think the Haoshan sect would be so heartless as to let Tang Hao fend for himself at this point? Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and besides, the Haoshan sect has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, so no one knows their true strength. Second brother, if you keep pushing them, the Haoshan sect might come after you. In my opinion, we should end the investigation once we find out the identity of the mysterious buyer. The fact that the Haoshan sect was able to find out so quickly means they must have spies in Tiando City. Just find him, and we can decide whether to take action later. Yi Tianxin opened her mouth, clearly not expecting that Qin Yuan had already seen through the hidden meaning. After a moment's thought, he solemnly agreed, deciding to investigate only the identity of the mysterious buyer and not to touch Shrek Academy. Qin Yuan's gaze drifted towards the direction of Tiando City, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua. From the moment Yi Tianxin mentioned the mysterious buyer, he immediately thought of Tang Yuehua. There's no other reason than that Yuexuan is a place where nobles are taught etiquette and music, and the red envelopes and rewards given to Tang Yuehua by those nobles are countless, so Tang Yuehua has a lot of money in her hands. More importantly, Yuexuan is the only outpost of the Haoshan sect in Tiando City. Apart from it, no one can help Tang Hao. It's unclear why Tang Hao isn't at Yuexuan but instead recuperating at Shrek Academy. Is there some hidden reason, or is it due to something else? Chapter 263 New Teachers at Shrek Academy. More than half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Tang Yuehua and the others, Tang Hao was finally able to move normally again. Furthermore, some of his internal injuries had been healed, and as long as it wasn't a high-intensity battle, Tang Hao could still use his soul power to cope. Tang Hao was not one to sit idle. If it weren't for Tang San's insistence, he probably would have already left Shrek Academy. However, he had his reasons for choosing to stay at Shrek Academy. Early that morning, Tang San ran back to his dormitory and said, "Dad, Auntie sent a message. Recently, many forces in Tiando City have been secretly investigating Auntie. If she continues to purchase medicinal herbs, there is a risk of being exposed." Tang Hao was originally just a sect slave, and he was already very grateful to have received help from Tang Yuehua and Tang Xiao this time. If Yuexuan's exposure is due to him, not only will the powerful figures in the sect not forgive him, but he himself will not forgive himself either. Tang Hao waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. "Little San, my injuries are basically stable. The rest are all old ailments that won't improve in the short term. Let Yuehua rest first. Preserving the sect's communication channels is the most important thing." Tang San nodded, quickly wrote a reply, and secretly sent it to Yuexuan. After several days, Tang Hao finally stepped out of his dormitory at Shrek Academy. These days, the Shrek 7 Devils training has been put on hold, and Dai Mubai and the others have improved their mindset a lot through self-adjustment. However, since the academy has not started team training, and they have asked several times without getting any answers, they have gone about their own business and stopped asking. Recently, there have even been rumors within the academy that the academy is going to disband the Shrek team. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and the others were relieved to receive a negative answer after asking Flander. "Little San, this at least proves that you Shrek 7 Devils have a certain degree of cohesion," Tang Hao said with a smile. During his time at Shrek Academy, he heard about Shrek team's loss to Royal Fighting Team 2. Although Tang Hao doesn't have the strength to retaliate against Qin Yuan in the short term, and given Qin Yuan's rapid increase in strength, he certainly won't have any intention of targeting Qin Yuan before he's fully recovered. However, this does not mean that the hatred has disappeared. It has simply been buried in Tang Hao's heart, waiting for the right opportunity. Now that he's decided to stay, he'll definitely do something for Shrek Academy, at least to defeat the Royal Fighting Team 2 in the Soul Master competition and get revenge, right? Xiao-san, gather all your classmates together. I'll talk to Flander and personally lead the training. There's still almost a year until the competition starts, enough time for you to complete your special training, Tang Hao said confidently. As a titled Douluo, Tang Hao was confident that under his tutelage, the Shrek Academy team would be transformed. Tang San strongly agreed with Tang Hao's suggestion. Although Tang Hao didn't tell him most of the things, he knew that his father was a titled Douluo, and that was enough. The back hill of Shrek Academy. Since Tang Hao recovered, Shrek Academy has lifted the state of emergency and returned to its usual peace. Flander was both surprised and delighted to hear that Tang Hao was going to teach the Shrek 7 Devils. But soon, his expression became very complicated. Yu Xiaogang is the leader of the Shrek Academy team, and he arranges all the team's training plans. Now that Tang Hao has volunteered, Flander can't refuse, but as a result, Yu Xiaogang loses his voice within the team. Flander was very worried that, given Yu Xiaogang's extremely sensitive and suspicious nature, he might leave again without saying goodbye, or even do something foolish. There was no other way but to do his best to persuade Yu Xiaogang. Surprisingly, Yu Xiaogang showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. On the contrary, he strongly agreed with it. The reason isn't complicated. Tang Hao can't possibly make a public appearance. On the surface, the team leader is still Yu Xiaogang. Under Tang Hao's tutelage, the Shrek 7 Devils' strength will undoubtedly improve by leaps and bounds, and the credit for that will belong to Yu Xiaogang. At that time, the mainland will only praise Yu Xiaogang's outstanding abilities, not Tang Hao. This is not the first time Yu Xiaogang has taken credit for others' work, and he feels no guilt about it. Besides, Yu Xiaogang wasn't skilled in martial arts, and his ability to teach the Shrek 7 Devils was limited to theoretical knowledge. Now that Tang Hao was helping him fill in the gaps in his skills, he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. The back hill of Shrek Academy. Tang Hao's identity must not be exposed, otherwise it will alert the Spirit Hall and their enemies, and Shrek Academy will be in trouble. Therefore, Tang Hao chose to hold his lectures in the back mountain of the academy and sealed off the back mountain to ensure that outsiders could not reach it. The Shrek 7 Devils are on their way to the back mountain. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but complain, "What's going on? Since when does the academy have to do team training in such a secretive way?" Yu Tianeng suddenly realized something and said in a deep voice, "I suspect that our last defeat was because our long-term open training was seen by other students, which led to the exposure of our training content. The Royal Fighting Team 2 has the backing of the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and has a lot of think tanks behind it. I guess they used this to analyze our weaknesses and came up with targeted tactics." Tang San clenched his fist. The loss in the last match was the first time he had felt a deep sense of powerlessness since he began participating in Soul Master duels. The coordinated attack of the Royal Fighting Team 2 suffocated him. After eliminating Cage, he could no longer find any weaknesses, leading to a complete defeat. After hearing what Yu Tianeng said, he felt that it was very likely. The other students at Shrek Academy were of varying skill levels and mostly commoners. How could they possibly resist the sweet-talking bullets from the Royal Fighting Team 2? If Yu Tianeng hadn't reminded them, they probably would still be in the dark. But isn't this place too remote? Ma Hongjun was overweight, and each step required more effort than for others, so he was the first to give up. Dai Mubai glared at him with hostility and cursed, "Fatty, keep cultivating in public. Don't you think others have stolen enough information from us? Damn it, if we run into that bitch Zhao Xiaohui again, I'll rape her and kill her, then rape her and kill her again." Zhu Zuqing glanced at him disdainfully, said nothing, snorted, and walked to the front of the line. Dai Mubai's lips twitched, and his expression darkened visibly. Seeing that he was about to get angry, Tang San quickly reminded him, "Brother Dai, a new teacher came to the academy today, and he is very strong, definitely beyond our expectations. Do your best and don't leave a bad impression." "How strong?" Ma Hongjun asked dismissively. Tang San smiled mysteriously, "The highest level you can imagine." Contra. Oscar blinked. Tang San smiled but didn't say anything. Dai Mubai glared fiercely at Zhu Zuqing before his expression softened. Of course, this does not mean that he let go of Zhu Zuqing. He still kept the grudges and planned to take revenge later when the opportunity arose. That's just how Dai Mubai is. Even if it's someone close to him, if they dare to offend him, he won't give them a good look, especially when it comes to girls. Of course, if someone's strength surpasses his, Dai Mubai wouldn't dare to bare his teeth. Chapter 264 The Unlucky Shrek 7 Devils. The top of the back mountain. Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang had been waiting there for a long time. Since this was Tang Hao's first time giving a lesson, Yu Xiaogang would eventually have to introduce him to the Shrek 6 monsters. If Tang Hao didn't appear, it was inevitable that there would be mistakes if Tang San were to do it alone. Tang Hao had never given Yu Xiaogang a second glance. In his eyes, Yu Xiaogang was nothing but a clown, and as for Yu Xiaogang's so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls, Tang Hao, with his discerning eye, naturally knew its origins. However, when Tang San first embarked on his soul master cultivation journey, Tang Hao could not stay by his side, so these basic theories ultimately needed a teacher to impart to Tang San. Choosing Yu Xiaogang was purely coincidental. Of course, if Yu Xiaogang weren't backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, his mere attempt to become Tang San's adoptive father would have been enough to kill him 10 times over. Keeping Yu Xiaogang around serves two purposes. First, to have him take care of Tang San, and second, to allow Tang San to rise to power in the future, so that Yu Xiaogang can gain influence within the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan and bind the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan to the Tang family's cause. Apart from that, Yu Xiaogang had no other role. If it weren't for Tang San, Tang Hao wouldn't have bothered with this good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid. Before long, Yu Xiaogang spoke up to remind them, "Your Majesty Haoshan, Xiao San and the others have arrived." Tang Hao did not respond, his gaze remaining fixed ahead. With his title Douluo level perception, he had already sensed Tang San and the others when they came up the mountain. Now that they were right in front of him, how could he not sense them? Did he need Yu Xiaogang to remind him? The Shrek 7 devils finally reached the top of the mountain and soon noticed the burly man next to Yu Xiaogang. Given the Shrek 6 a perception, they certainly wouldn't be able to detect Tang Hao's strength, but judging from Tang San's words, it seems that the other party is the team's new teacher. Dad. Tang San stepped forward and walked to Tang Hao's side. Tang San's father. The mistress's father. The Shrek 6 monsters looked at each other in bewilderment. They had heard Tang San talk about his father, but wasn't he just an ordinary blacksmith? Since no one could detect any fluctuations in Tang Hao's soul power, they initially thought Tang San was playing a prank. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, "Let me give you a formal introduction. This man next to me is Haoshan Douluo, Xiao San's father, and also your teacher for the upcoming practical class. However, His Majesty Haoshan has a special status, and no one is allowed to reveal his whereabouts, or don't blame me for being impolite." Among the group, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were from the Star Luo Empire. The Haoshan sect had once been a supporter of the Star Luo Empire, so naturally, the two wouldn't reveal Tang Hao's whereabouts. Yu Tianong is a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and has no conflict of interest with the Clear Sky sect, so he naturally wouldn't reveal it. In fact, he even wanted Tang Hao's support to give him an edge over Yu Tianxin in the future competition. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, two commoner soul masters, Tang Hao's reputation alone would scare them to death, so how could they dare to go around talking nonsense? Apart from Xiao Wu, Yu Tianong and the others were filled with excitement and anticipation. Having a titled Douluo level expert as their teacher is an opportunity they would never desire. As for Xiao Wu, she knew perfectly well that since Tang Hao was a titled Douluo, he must have seen through her identity at a glance. The little flower she unexpectedly received on her way to Heaven Do City might very well have been a gift from Tang Hao. Tang Hao transmitted his voice to Xiao Wu alone. "Little rabbit, don't be nervous. You are the mistress's lover, and I won't do anything to you. I have something to say to you later, so don't show anything unusual." Xiao Wu didn't dare to refute, and forced a smile. With Tang San's return to the team, Yu Tianong and the others couldn't help but complain that he had kept things hidden for a long time. Of course, Tang San had no idea about Tang Hao's situation before Tang Hao appeared, and it wasn't intentional that he was hiding it. "Now that I have become your teacher, I will certainly teach you with all my heart. Battle Soul Masters, step forward and spar with Xiao San one by one so that I can get a feel for your abilities." Tang Hao's method of teaching was simple and direct. He focused on strengthening the training in the areas where the opponent was weak. However, his idea was not wrong. From the perspective of a titled Douluo powerhouse, the battles of low-level soul masters would inevitably be full of flaws in his eyes. If there are no flaws, is he still a low-level soul master? He would probably already be on par with him. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Why aren't you using your white tiger claws? Xiao San's first soul skill alone has already trapped you. Yu Tianong, is this how the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan taught you? Constantly using lightning power in battle, how much soul power can you withstand the drain? Ma Hongjun, Did you grow up eating shit? You call this fighting? You look like you're playing house. Almost every soul master in the Shrek team received the most severe reprimand. It was Xiao Wu who received better treatment from Tang Hao, who didn't say anything harsh, because she had 100,000 years of combat experience before transforming into human form and was the future daughter-in-law of the Tang family. Tang Hao had no experience in teaching or imparting knowledge. When he encountered something displeasing, he would resort to beatings and scoldings. Moreover, his temper was far more volatile than that of Zhao Wuji and Lu Erlong. Zhao Wuji is reasonable, and given the extraordinary backgrounds of the people there, he won't push them too hard. If you coax Lu Erlong a little, her temper will subside and she won't keep causing trouble. But what about Tang Hao? He's a perfect all-rounder, with no weaknesses whatsoever. He's practically invincible. He will only restrain himself once everyone meets his training requirements. The fate of the Shrek 7 Devils afterward is predictable. Throughout the afternoon of training, Tang Hao's angry curses never stopped. The Shrek members had no choice but to suffer in silence, and Tang Hao's strength was far beyond their reach, so none of them dared to show the slightest dissatisfaction. It wasn't until evening that everyone was finally freed. Except for Xiao Wu, who was left behind, the other 6 people went down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, Ma Hongjun looked dejected and couldn't help but complain, "Third brother, your dad is too fierce. I've lost at least 5 pounds today." Tang San wouldn't complain about his father, explaining, "Strictness is a good thing, Fatty, you really are too undisciplined. I believe that under Dad's guidance, our strength will improve by leaps and bounds. When we reach the Soul Master competition stage, we will have a full chance to take revenge." Whether or not they sought revenge was another matter. The Shrek 5 just wanted to return to their dorm to rest, as today's training intensity had been far too great. "Hongjun, stop complaining." It was Yu Tianong who spoke. "My grandfather's perception can cover the entire sect. His Majesty Haoshan's strength is no weaker than my grandfather's, so you'd better be careful." Ma Hongjun was startled and quickly shut his mouth. Tang San chuckled dryly, looked at Yu Tianong, and asked curiously, "Tianong, do you know anything about my father's past experiences? Didn't His Majesty Haoshan tell you?" Yu Tianong retorted. Upon receiving a negative reply, Yu Tianong said helplessly, "I don't know either. We weren't very familiar with the Haoshan sect in the past. I'll ask around for you later, but there's a high chance I won't get any results." Chapter 265 The Ultimate Test of the Royal Fighting Team 2. Tang Hao left Xiao Wu alone, not to discuss marriage. Seeing that no one was around, Tang Hao spoke directly. Only after a transformed soul beast breaks through level 70 can it truly transform into a human. Right now, you only have a soul power of level 30-something, yet you dare to participate in the Soul Master competition. Not to mention anything else, there are 4 title Douluo just around Heaven Do City, and the number of soul Douluo powerhouses is even greater. The little flower I gave you can only disguise your aura when you are at rest. If you dare to fight on the arena, you'll be exposed instantly. Even if you can fool the title Douluos around Heaven Do City, do you think you can escape when the finals are in Spirit City? Return to the Star Do Great Forest. Do not enter the human world again until you have fully transformed into a human. In the entire Soul Master world, even I have opponents I can't match. If you encounter them, you can only become a 100,000-year soul ring and be absorbed by their genius powerhouses." Xiao Wu lowered her head and remained silent. She knew Tang Hao was right, and that was exactly what she had been worried about. But she didn't want to leave Tang San, and she couldn't leave him at this crucial moment. Seeing this, Tang Hao asked in return, "What, you don't want to?" Xiao Wu lowered her head, but her tone was extremely serious. "I know that you are a good person, senior. But I don't want to leave third brother. Even if I don't participate in the Soul Master competition, I want to stay by third brother's side." Tang Hao was slightly taken aback. He saw Ah Yin's shadow in Xiao Wu. However, finding rare and precious materials that can completely conceal their aura is no easy task. Even if they find it, the original Jintoki will still be exposed. The safest way is to let Xiao Wu return to the Star Do Great Forest. With the protection of 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts, Xiao Wu will have enough time to grow to maturity. However, even if a transformed soul beast cultivates at a very fast pace, it would still take it 10 to 20 years from now to break through to level 70. Given Tang San and Xiao Wu's relationship, separating them would likely affect Tang San's cultivation state of mind. Tang Hao pondered for a long time before taking out a dazzling flower from his soul tool. This flower can isolate you from the senses of a soul Douluo powerhouse during battle, but if you are targeted by a tidal Douluo powerhouse, you may still be exposed. If I can't find a better way to conceal your presence before the Soul Master competition, then you can't participate in the competition, understand? Xiao Wu nodded earnestly and bowed to Tang Hao, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior." Tang Hao snorted lightly. "Don't be too happy yet. You and Xiao San will eventually have to part ways. After the Soul Master competition, you two should say goodbye properly. I will only let Xiao San come to you after he has completed my training requirements. Until then, don't come looking for Xiao San, understand? ... Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the Royal Fighting Team 2 has achieved a 32-game winning streak in team battles at the Heavenly Fighting Arena. The 30-game winning streak was achieved last month. In the Silver Soul team, the Royal Fighting Team 2 initially had longer matches due to a lack of teamwork. However, as the team's coordination improved, the matches ended much faster. Even when facing the All-Soul Sect team, they remained in control and won the match. Starting this month, Feng Xiaotian and Zhao Xiaohui obtained the Gold Battle Soul Badge, and the Royal Battle Team 2 was matched against teams with the Gold Battle Soul Badge. Feng Xiaotian and the others clearly felt that the Golden Soul Badge team was very strong, and there were no obvious weaknesses in any of their data. If this were in the Soul Master tournament, these teams would likely be strong enough to advance in their respective qualifying rounds. It's just a pity that the players on these teams are all too old to participate in the tournament. Royal Fighting Team 2's rest area. There are many hidden masters among the common people. Feng Xiaotian sighed repeatedly as he recalled the competition from the previous 2 days. In the first 2 matches, they won very hard, basically by eliminating 4 or 5 players each time. Last month, they could win the game by eliminating at most 2 or 3 players. You will eventually encounter strong teams in the Soul Master competition. However, your soul power level is indeed at a disadvantage in the Golden Soul Arena, Qin Yuan said. The team with the Golden Soul Badge must have all members who are Soul Masters as standard. If Qin Yuan hadn't been secretly selecting opponents, the Royal Fighting Team 2 would most likely have encountered teams composed entirely of high-level Soul Masters and would have suffered their first defeat long ago. I'll give you 2 choices for tonight's opponents. First, challenge a team that has a Soul King, even if it's a team of a higher level. Challenging a team of a higher level ignores the Soul Badge level. Second, continue challenging the Gold Soul team. Feng Xiaotian's progress in cultivating his self-created soul skills is rapid, but he only has level 44 soul power. If he possessed the cultivation of a peak soul master, he would definitely choose to challenge opponents of higher levels without hesitation, but he cannot do so now. The Soul King is a qualitative leap compared to the Soul Sect. With an additional 10,000-year soul ring, their strength increases more than tenfold. This is an insurmountable gap, and Feng Xiaotian is not so presumptuous as to challenge a Soul King. The 7 members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 exchanged glances. As their teamwork improves, they can understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. Feng Xiaotian gave a wry smile and said, "Teacher Qin, let's just honestly challenge the Golden Soul team." Qin Yuan was not surprised and handed the materials about the opponent to Feng Xiaotian. "Tonight is your final test. If you pass, I will give you 3 days off, and then I will arrange a special opportunity for each of you." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately felt confident. According to Qin Yuan, that was a chance to defy fate and change one's destiny. Qin Yuan has been traveling frequently recently, presumably having already secured the opportunity. Now they are just waiting for them to deliver convincing results. Feng Xiaotian took a deep breath and opened the documents in his hand. As captain, he must devise the best tactics tonight to ensure victory. Of course, Qin Yuan also placed restrictions on him, not allowing him to use his self-created soul skills in the Great Soul Arena. This is one of the team's trump cards, we can't just reveal it so easily. Golden Light Team, Balanced Flow Team. Feng Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. He knew this team all too well. "What's wrong, Captain?" Yao Zi asked hurriedly. Feng Xiaotian explained the truth. This Golden Light team is the team that Auto Academy participated in the previous Soul Master competition. However, at that time, it was just a team with all members being Soul Masters, and they failed to advance in the preliminaries. I've played against them. How should I put it? Their individual strength is absolutely top-notch among their peers. They were just born at the wrong time. At that time, the average age of their team was 22. If they were a little younger, they might be one of our toughest opponents in the next major tournament. In 4 years, their average strength has increased from level 37 to level 45, which shows that their talent is not bad. Yao Zi took the information, glanced at it, and said, the Golden Light team doesn't have many matches in the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. To become the Golden Soul team and maintain a high winning rate, they are truly a formidable opponent. Captain, you've fought them before, is there anything special you should be aware of? Chapter 266 The Down on Their Luck Golden Light Team. Feng Xiaotian chuckled dryly and said, this is a competition in the Great Soul Arena, so there aren't many restrictions. Everyone might as well find some things to protect their eyes. The control-type Soul Masters of the Golden Light team are light attribute, and their soul skills will flash in the eyes. If hit head-on, they will be temporarily blinded for 1 or 2 seconds. Someone actually uses light as a means of control. The members of the Royal Fighting Team too were astonished. The explosive power of the light attribute is very strong, so using it as a control soul skill is a complete waste. Feng Xiaotian shrugged. That's normal. Many commoner Soul Masters, when they first enter the Soul Master cultivation stage, are prone to going astray if they don't meet a good teacher. Lin Miao's shining 10-foot martial soul was just like that, wasting 2 soul ring slots. Changes were made when we entered the Advanced Soul Master Academy, and the 3rd soul skill was no longer a control soul skill. As for the current 4th soul skill, it seems we're on the right track now. This is the tragedy of low-level Soul Masters. Without proper cultivation techniques, their understanding of martial soul development was too superficial. By the time they understood everything, their soul ring slots had already been wasted, and even if they corrected their mistakes later, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things in the world of Soul Masters. The Golden Light team's long-term participation in soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena is likely just a means of making a living after graduation. Nobles can go into seclusion to cultivate at any time, but commoner Soul Masters cannot, they must struggle to make ends meet. The Golden Light team participates in competitions relatively infrequently, presumably because they use the money they earn on their own training. Qin Yuan smiled and said, I've watched their matches. Without a doubt, after the double baptism of the Soul Master competition and the Great Soul Arena, the Golden Light team's strength has undergone a qualitative change. If you can defeat them, you will most likely advance to the preliminary rounds of the Heaven Do Empire region with the 1st place result. Even if we reach the finals, with your current strength, you can win 1 or 2 rounds of matches. Feng Xiaotian took a deep breath, took out a sand table from his soul tool, and began to deduce the battle situation to find suitable tactics. A cheap rental house in Tiando City. The 7 members of the Golden Light Squad have remained together since graduating from the academy, sticking together for mutual support and avoiding many threats and troubles in the world of Soul Masters. Furthermore, because the 7 of them cooperated very well, they always won more matches than they lost in the Great Soul Arena. Each victory accumulated some wealth for the 7, giving them enough funds and resources to continue their cultivation. Big brother, why don't we go to the Golden Knife shop and register as a Soul Hunter squad? Said Otto, the vice captain of the team, helplessly. You can't earn enough money just by participating in soul fighting matches. The Golden Knife shop has an excellent reputation among ordinary Soul Masters, and it is protected by powerful figures. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has to pay up. Naturally, the members of these affiliated teams are not worried about not getting their final payment. Furthermore, as long as you join the store, you will receive a guaranteed income every quarter, which is extremely attractive to ordinary Soul Masters. Omer, the team leader, sighed and looked at his brothers, asking, the Golden Knife shop is great in every way, but with only the lowest level of deposit, we can't get any good jobs at all. Even if there is a guaranteed income, it's extremely low. With our strength, we can help our employer hunt for the 4th spirit ring, but if we want to get the best mission, we have to pay at least 50,000 gold spirit coins as a deposit. This is based on the fact that we have the Gold Spirit badge in the Great Spirit Arena. It's been more than half a month since our last competition. Everyone has used all their money to buy cultivation resources. Where would we find the money to pay the deposit? If everyone really wants to go, we'll probably have to fight in spirit battles for a while. The members of the Golden Light Squad looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to participate in the soul fighting competition continuously, but the appearance fee for the Golden Soul Fighting Badge team was very high. Teams without connections would not be given consecutive soul fighting competitions by the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Usually, they would only have one competition every 10 days. After all, high-level Battle Spirit badges are the mainstay of the Grand Battle Spirit Arena's ticket sales. With continuous matches, the audience will inevitably lose enthusiasm, and ticket revenue will drop significantly in the long run. At that point, a Gold Battle Spirit team will lose its commercial value, which is not a situation they want to see. At the current rate, it will probably take half a year to raise enough money. And that's assuming we can't use the money to buy cultivation resources during that time. For young soul masters, time is life. The period before the age of 30 is the golden age of cultivation. If they delay for half a year, they may be stuck at a certain realm and unable to break through for the rest of their lives. Just as everyone was feeling down, staff from the Great Soul Arena came to their door. Teams with Silver Soul badges or higher will have their accommodations registered at the Grand Soul Arena to facilitate the arrangement of soul battle matches. The staff of the Grand Soul Arena entered the room, glanced disdainfully at the furnishings, and then adopted an arrogant attitude, saying, "You're in luck. The Royal Fighting Team 2 has specifically requested a match against you and is willing to pay you an appearance fee of 40,000 gold soul coins. Do you accept?" This money was construction funds given to the team by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Knowing that the members of the Golden Light Squad were commoner soul masters, Qin Yuan didn't mind lending them money to Omer and the others so that they could have more funds to improve their strength. 40,000 gold soul coins. Everyone was shocked. Once they have this money, they will only need 10,000 gold soul coins to pay the high deposit required by the Golden Knife Shop. If we take a gamble and use all the gold soul coins they have to bet on tonight's match, maybe we can go and register at the Golden Knife Shop tomorrow. Royal Fighting Team 2. Is that the team from the Heavenly Fighting Royal Academy? Omer pressed. The Royal Fighting Team 2 has been making waves in Tiando City recently. No team that frequents the Great Soul Arena is unaware of them. The staff at the Grand Arena were arrogant and didn't answer his question. The battle begins tonight at 9 p.m. Don't be late. After saying that, he turned and left the house without any intention of stopping. Damn it, one day I'll slam these guys' heads down and see if they have any neck problems. They all look down on everyone, it's infuriating. Vice Captain Ott couldn't help but curse. Omer pressed his hand down and said, "Only that Royal Fighting Team 2 can afford to come up with 40,000 gold soul coins, such a generous offer. But with so much money, are they asking us to go easy on them, or do they want to seriously compete with us? He who eats another's food is bound to him, he who takes another's money is bound to him. Since the other party paid 40,000 gold soul coins, they must provide a corresponding return. I've never heard of the Royal Fighting Team 2. Deliberately fixing matches, Ultraman scratched his head. Big brother, how about we go and sound them out? No way, Omer refused outright. They definitely won't be able to meet anyone from the Royal Fighting Team 2. Asking outsiders about match fixing would only tarnish the team's reputation. If word gets out, they'll be in deep trouble. After thinking for a moment, Omer said, "Let's play the game normally first, see their attitude, and then decide whether to throw the game." Chapter 267 showing us the scenery of the finals. Qin Yuan had given the staff of the Great Soul Arena many instructions beforehand. However, when the staff saw that the Golden Light team was living in a dilapidated place, they felt a sense of superiority for no reason. They announced the competition in a pretentious manner, without deliberately mentioning that they should go all out and not hold back. Noble's money is not easy to take, so Omer had to devise multiple countermeasures. These tactics include those used during normal matches and those used to deliberately lose the game. Of course, even when they do lose, they can't be too obvious and still have to please their employers. However, with the royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School behind them, the Royal Fighting Team 2 didn't seem like the kind of team that needed to rely on cheating to win. That's why Omer dared to let his team play normally first, and then observe the opponent's demeanor to make corresponding adjustments. Of course, the Golden Light Squad had participated in the Soul Master competition before. If the Royal Fighting Team 2 needed to rely on cheating to create a brilliant record, even if they came from humble origins, they would still look down on the Royal Fighting Team 2. Shrek Academy. Today, Tang Hao gave the Shrek 7 Devils a day off. After being tormented for several days, the people like Ma Hongjun were practically shouting, "Long live the holiday!" as they finally got a break. Of course, Tang Hao gave them a day off because he heard from the Great Soul Arena that the Royal Fighting Team 2 had an important match tonight, and he wanted the Shrek 7 Devils to observe the Royal Fighting Team 2's formation. However, Tang Hao didn't know when the competition would start. In order not to miss the opportunity to learn about the Royal Fighting Team 2, he had no choice but to arrange for someone to wait at the Great Soul Arena early in the morning. Tang Hao was still wanted by the Spirit Hall and couldn't possibly go to the Great Spirit Arena to watch the match in person. He was not satisfied with the lazy attitude of Dai Mubai and the others, and could only hope that Tang San could figure out the Royal Fighting Team 2's system so that he could make targeted arrangements. To watch the soul fighting game? Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat puzzled. Flander, fearing that Ma Hongjun would anger Tang Hao, quickly explained, "You lost to Royal Fighting Team 2 last time, don't you want to win back?" This time, the Royal Fighting Team 2 faces an extremely strong opponent, who is very likely to force them to reveal their trump cards. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Stop complaining and just wait for the match to begin at the Great Soul Arena. You are free to move around, but you cannot leave the broadcast range of the Great Soul Arena. Anyone who misses a match will be punished by the Dean himself. It's worth mentioning that, starting today, Taelong officially becomes a substitute for the Shrek 7 Devils, training with them and naturally going to the Great Soul Arena to watch the matches. The reason for integrating Taelong into the team's training in advance is so that if Xiaowu is unable to play during the Soul Master competition, Taelong can take over at any time without affecting the Shrek team's normal performance. Tang Hao's health has improved considerably, and he met with Titan this morning. He was very satisfied with Titan's loyalty, but since he could not show himself to help Tang San, he arranged for the Power Clan to protect Tang San's safety in secret and to obey Tang San's orders. Titan was naturally delighted with this, and even regarded Tang Hao's order as an honor for the entire Power Clan. In preparation for tonight's match, the Royal Fighting Team 2 arrived at the Great Soul Arena early. At noon, when Feng Xiaotian and the others went out to buy lunch, they unexpectedly bumped into one of the Shrek 7 Devils. The Shrek team has been absent from the Great Soul Arena for some time now, becoming quite rare guests. For Feng Xiaotian, the outcome of the fight on the stage did not affect their private relationship. However, when he greeted him, Dai Mubai quickly ran away, showing no intention of speaking to him. "Captain, why bother with them?" Yao Zi, the vice-captain, was very dissatisfied with Dai Mubai's behavior. When facing weak teams, the Shrek team is very polite and acts like nice guys, but when facing strong teams, they are like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong is ingrained in their bones. This is not Feng Xiaotian's fault. Back when he was at Shenfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian's opponents were mostly students from Tianshui and Chuo academies. The three academies were brother academies, and although they fought each other on the arena, they were still good friends off the arena. However, his logic simply doesn't work against Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was not completely isolated by the established academies of Tiando City, rather, they deliberately chose to isolate themselves, adopting an attitude of keep away. Feng Xiaotian shrugged and gave a bitter smile. Ignore them, everyone's waiting for us to eat. On the other side, Dai Mubai ran back to the Shrek team's rest area. Dai Mubai leaned back on the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief, while glancing resentfully towards the Royal Fighting Team 2's rest area. Damn Feng Xiaotian, it's just that I won a match, is it necessary for him to come after me and mock me? Dai Mubai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He ignored Feng Xiaotian just now because he was worried that Feng Xiaotian would mock him like Yao Zi did, or even deliberately belittle the Shrek team. Dai Mubai isn't stupid, why should he stay where he is and get scolded? Moreover, the Shrek team's defeat is a fact, and Dai Mubai has no reason to refute it. Let you be arrogant for a while longer. With His Majesty Haoshan's help, you'll be in for a beating at the Soul Master competition. As night fell, the great arena was brightly lit. There were many people coming and going inside the great arena. Some people had the joy of victory on their faces, while others were extremely frustrated because they had lost their bets. After an afternoon of tactical deliberation, the Golden Light team has now arrived at the great battle arena. As the Golden Soul team, they have their own rest area. However, they didn't forget to inquire about the situation of the Royal Fighting Team too. A short while later, Omer placed the documents on the table and smiled. It seems we were overthinking it. The Royal Fighting Team 2 achieved a 30-game winning streak in the Silver Fighting Soul competition last month. In the first 2 days of this month, they won against the Mokra and the Beicho teams in a narrow victory. The Silver Soul team is a mixed bag, and there might be a possibility of cheating. However, the Beicho team and the Mokra team are both proud and wealthy, so they wouldn't deliberately cheat for a little money. The Golden Soul Badge teams value points highly, especially the Beicho and Mokra teams, who were on winning streaks before encountering the Royal Fighting Team 2. A winning streak can accumulate a lot of points, sometimes even the points from a single match can equal the points from 10 normal matches. Considering the personalities of those two teams, Omer naturally had no doubt that Royal Fighting Team II's record was inflated. We'll give it our all in tonight's match and serve as a whetstone for the Royal Fighting Team 2. Let's also see the level of the teams in this year's Soul Master tournament. The fact that they failed to advance in the previous Soul Master competition was a regret for all 7 of them. If the Royal Fighting Team 2 can perform exceptionally well in the tournament, then spending 40,000 gold soul coins to hire them as sparring partners will not have been in vain. The members of the Golden Light team laughed and said, "It's a pity that we're too old to participate in the Soul Master competition anymore. Let the Royal Fighting Team 2 show us what the finals of the competition are like." Chapter 268 The Swan Song of Auto Academy. The wait for the match is always long, but fortunately both sides are looking forward to it. Without keeping them waiting long, the Grand Arena quickly cleared out the central main arena and notified the two teams to arrive at their respective arenas via broadcast. Omer stood up and waved, saying, "Let's go, brothers, let's see the strength of the Royal Fighting Team 2. On the other side, in the Royal Fighting Team 2's rest room. Having experienced many matches, Feng Xiaotian and his team felt no tension whatsoever, as if this were just an ordinary game. The Golden Light team is indeed formidable, but we are not without the confidence to win. If we win tonight's match, we'll treat you to a big meal," Feng Xiaotian said with a smile to his teammates. Rong always treats us, we've never had a meal with the captain before." "Captain, don't be stingy then," Yan joked. Feng Xiaotian patted his chest and said, "No problem, but we have to finish the match first before we go for a big meal. Nutritional supplements are very important for soul masters, especially after intense soul battles. A big meal can not only help them recover quickly, but also provide an opportunity to break through to the next level of soul power." Shrek team's rest area. Having waited in vain for the Royal Fighting Team 2's match, Daimubai and the others grew drowsy. Even Tang San sat cross-legged on a futon and began meditating. I thought the information was wrong, but soon I heard the name of the Royal Fighting Team 2 on the radio. Damn it, why is their match so late? Daimubai suddenly woke up and couldn't help but curse. Yu Tianong stood up and stretched. The dean didn't find out the details before sending us here so early in the morning. It really wastes our cultivation time. I'll have to talk to the dean about it when we get back. Tang Hao's training intensity was very high, but it was far more effective than Yu Xiaoging's method of making people run around carrying baskets full of stones. Yu Tianong clearly felt that his strength had improved significantly in just over 10 days. Of course, Yu Tianong was the top student in the team, so he naturally liked Tang Hao's training methods. However, Ma Hongjun, who was a poor student, suffered terribly. The Royal Fighting Team 2 is very shrewd. How could they possibly tell outsiders the match time in advance? Ma Hongjun chimed in for Flander. It's already quite good that the teacher was able to find out that they have a match. The group didn't dwell on the issue and quickly arrived at the audience area. On the arena, the two teams stood facing each other. As the captain of the Golden Light team, Omer stood one body length ahead of his teammates. Seeing that everyone in the Royal Fighting Team 2 was full of energy and high spirits, Omer couldn't help but laugh and said, "In you guys, I feel like I'm seeing myself back then." Haha, Feng Xiaotian, I never thought we'd be competing on the same stage one day. In the previous competition, Feng Xiaotian played as a substitute member of the Shenfeng team and personally eliminated the possibility of the Jingguang team advancing. However, Omer and the others had no complaints about this. They weren't strong enough back then, so being eliminated was only natural. There's no reason for them to blame others, let alone cause trouble. On the field, everyone is an opponent, but off the field, they are still friends. This is a reflection of the mindset of most teams and players. After all, the Soul Master competition is a platform for outstanding young Soul Masters from all over the continent to learn and exchange ideas. Losing to an opponent with stronger talent and superior strength is not shameful. Feng Xiaotian smiled and nodded. I never thought we'd have a day like this again. Let's give it our all, and treat this match as a continuation of the last Soul Master competition, so that neither of us will have any regrets. In the previous competition, Feng Xiaotian's team, Shenfeng, only managed to reach the top 6, leaving him with some regret. Since both sides have regrets about the previous match, let's make up for it with this match. That was great. We won't hold back. You all better watch out. Omer laughed and retreated back into the ranks. As the referee announced the start of the match, both teams took their positions, and the game was about to begin. In the audience seats, it was them. Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. After some explanation, everyone realized that the Golden Light team was the Auto Academy team from the previous competition. As for Auto Academy, it has now closed down. Since the opening of the Soul Master competition, those high-level Soul Master academies with extremely poor teaching quality have been eliminated one after another. Of course, the phenomenon of bad money driving out good money has also emerged. The founders of the Auto team were a group of ordinary Soul Masters from humble backgrounds. In terms of financial resources, they could not compare with those established academies, nor did they have the trial and error costs that established academies had. Like Blue Tyrant Academy, they primarily recruit students from ordinary backgrounds. The difference lies in the fact that Blue Tyrannosaurus Academy is backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, so the academy is not short of funds. There are also many ordinary students who choose to join the academy because of the name of Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. These are privileges that Auto Academy does not have. The last competition was a desperate gamble for Auto Academy, but in the end, Omer and others did not advance in the qualifiers. Afterwards, the college managed to stay afloat for 2 years before ultimately choosing to go bankrupt. The Auto team was quite strong in the last competition. The only pity was that they were an all-Soul Master team at the time, without a Soul Master to carry the team. They were often at a disadvantage when facing teams with multiple Soul Masters. But undeniably, their dominance among all Soul Master teams is extremely strong. The Golden Light team can be considered the last legacy left by the Auto team. Lu Erlong rarely praised others, and rarely felt sorry for others. Tang San nodded seriously. To receive praise from Teacher Erlong, it seems that their strength is indeed very strong. Everyone should keep a close eye on them and not miss any details. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask, but what if the Royal Fighting Team 2 continues to fix matches? The Shrek members were speechless for a moment. In their minds, the Royal Fighting Team 2 has a powerful background and has never been defeated in the Great Soul Arena. Such abnormal results, if not deliberately fixed in order to inflate the score, then what are they? After all, even a team as strong as Royal Fighting Team 1 lost several matches during the Great Soul Battle Tournament. Royal Fighting Team 2's record is simply too unbelievable. Anyway, let's watch the game first. We can discuss the match-fixing issue later, Flander advised. The match begins. The Royal Fighting Team 2 adopted a defensive counterattack formation, with Yan and Zhao Xiaohui holding the front line, while Feng Xiaotian and Feng Ying stood in the midfield, ready to break through at any time. The Royal Fighting Team 2 only has one Soul Master, Feng Xiaotian, so the core of the team in this match is naturally Feng Xiaotian. However, the Golden Light team is not the Shrek team after all. If Feng Xiaotian adopts the previous strategy and ventures alone into the Golden Light team's heartland, he will probably never return. Their formation is very solid. We should slow down our attack, make sure we don't make any mistakes, and not become a breakthrough point. We should stall and observe the situation. Omer also made the same arrangement. In contrast, the Golden Light team has more experience in team battles, making it extremely difficult for the Royal Fighting Team 2 to find an opportunity against them. Chapter 269 Royal Fighting Team 2 vs. Golden Light Team. Don't be impatient. Yao Zi and Yan should launch a probing attack first. If things go wrong, I will immediately come to your aid, Feng Xiaotian instructed. Team battles are not the pinnacle of the Soul Master world. There's no need to build momentum or test individual willpower. The ultimate goal of team battles is to seize opportunities to eliminate all opponents. Of course, tactical composure is still necessary. Revealing too many cards is never a wise choice. Second soul skill, Thorn Binding. Yao Zi launched the first attack, her target being Omer, the captain of the Golden Light team. Omer and Ultra are brothers, and both possess the powerful blunt weapon spirit, the Vajra Mace. Taking action against Omer was not a wise choice, but it was also the best way to find a tactical breakthrough for the Golden Light team. Yan stepped forward, activating his first soul skill, Li Huo. The Li Huo sword was bathed in flames, and the long sword streaked across the sky, unleashing multiple streams of fiery sword energy. The two coordinated their attacks swiftly, almost instantaneously. Omer was immediately subdued, and sword flashes followed in quick succession. First soul skill, Double Mace Strike. Omer and Ultraman activated their soul skills simultaneously. Each of the two men wielded two diamond maces. Their movements were slow, but extremely powerful. Both of them tensed their arm muscles simultaneously, with a clear division of labor. Omer focused on dealing with Yao Zi's control soul skills, while Ultraman used his double maces to smash Yan's sword energy attack. After the Royal Fighting Team 2 failed to land a single attack, it was the Golden Light team's turn to attack. First soul skill, Flash. Lin Miao, a control-type soul master, waved the flash staff in his hand. A dazzling golden sphere appeared above the arena, and the next second it burst forth with a blinding beam of light. Fortunately, thanks to Feng Xiaotian's prior arrangements, everyone either turned their backs or covered their eyes to avoid being directly blinded by the flash. However, Yan, who came out first, was not so lucky. The closer he got, the stronger the beam of light became, and he was inevitably blinded. Omer and Ultraman launched a simultaneous attack, hoping to find a breakthrough. Yao Zi and Feng Xiaotian immediately provided support, but Yan himself did not panic. Second soul skill, Blazing Body. Yan's second soul skill is an amplification skill, but it primarily provides movement support. Combined with the movement techniques taught by Qin Yuan, Yan's figure became ethereal, allowing him to retreat back to his own formation immediately and avoid being eliminated by concentrated fire. What exquisite footwork! Omer and Ultraman exchanged a glance, their faces showing disbelief. It should be noted that although movement techniques cannot be directly converted into a Soul Master's combat power, in battles between Soul Masters of the same level, movement techniques can often greatly increase a Soul Master's performance ceiling. Moreover, without the guidance of a master, the movement technique is extremely difficult to master, but once mastered, everything becomes clear, and one's strength undergoes a qualitative change. I've long heard of Mr. Qin Yuan's exceptional ability to teach disciples, and seeing it today, I can attest to his remarkable talent, Omer praised, while also understanding why the Royal Fighting Team 2 had been able to maintain a winning streak in the Soul Sect arena with its strong personnel. Soul Masters guided by renowned masters, as long as they aren't inherently foolish, are unlikely to go astray. They take every step on the right path, and regardless of age, their strength is extraordinary. Teacher Qin teaches well, so naturally we must strive to do our best. It was Zhao Xiaohui who said this. Taking advantage of Yan's temporary blindness, she stepped forward to block the attack of the Omer brothers. The direct confrontation between the two sides has officially begun. With the Omer and Ultra brothers working together, they are definitely capable of fighting against the Soul King. However, Royal Fighting Team 2 will not give them a 2-on-1 opportunity. Zhao Xiaohui and Yan each faced off against one of the opponents, preventing the two brothers from teaming up while holding off the pressure on the front line for the team. Make your move. Feng Xiaotian and Feng Ying exchanged glances and attacked simultaneously. The 7 treasures are transformed into crystal, and the 7 treasures have names. First, power, second, speed. 4 beams of light fell into the bodies of the 4 people in the front row. At the same time, Ning Rongrong activated her third soul skill, and the light fell into Yaozi's body separately, enhancing her soul power output. This is the 7 treasure glazed tile school's method of controlling distraction. Ning Rongrong has now reached the level of controlling the mind through 3 apertures, which can provide different buffs to her 3 teammates. However, it's enough to multitask for now, there's no need to waste any more energy. How old is Ning Rongrong to have learned the 7 treasure glazed tile school's distraction control technique so early? Yu Tianeng was somewhat surprised. The 3 sects each have their own unique heritage, such as the dragon transformation secret technique of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. However, dragon transformation requires level 40 to begin learning, and Yu Tianeng has not yet mastered it. In comparison, Ning Rongrong's talent is clearly superior to his. After all, controlling distraction consumes a lot of mental energy. Ning Rongrong was able to provide 2 types of amplification steadily and appeared relaxed, which clearly meant that she was not only capable of multitasking but might even have reached the level of the 3 apertures realm. Given time, Ning Rongrong may also reach the level of Ning Fengji's exquisite mind. Tang San's eyes burned with passion. Distraction control is not only effective for support-type soul masters, but also greatly beneficial for control-type soul masters. Moreover, the amplification effect is significant. Ning Rongrong can accurately deliver soul power to those in need without any waste, making this technique highly practical. Tang San thought, if he could distract himself and use different control soul skills to keep an eye on the 7 opponents, then the outcome of the battle. Tang San possesses the purple demon eye, giving him the innate aptitude to cultivate distraction control. It's just a pity that distraction control is a closely guarded secret of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, leaving Tang San only able to admire it from afar, unable to obtain it himself. He could certainly figure it out on his own, but the result might not be as good as Feng Xiaotian's attempt to create his own soul skill. No wonder she was chosen as the successor of the 7 treasure glazed tile school at such a young age, she is indeed quite capable. Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly. Yu Xiaogang knew what Tang San was thinking, but how easy was it to exchange the right to control cultivation with the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Unless Tang Hao hands over the 9 absolute techniques of Hoshin, there might be a certain possibility. However, the power of the 9 absolute techniques of Hoshin should not be underestimated. If it were handed over, it would be tantamount to exposing the Hoshin sect's true strength. With just a little research, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would have a much greater chance of victory when facing Hoshin sect experts in the future. In contrast, distraction control itself does not increase combat power and is limited to support and control type soul masters. If used improperly, it often backfires. Even if it is given away, it will not pose a strategic threat to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Yu Xiaogang sighed inwardly. Unless one has a special opportunity to meet Ning Fengji, conventional methods simply cannot obtain the method of distraction control. The match is still ongoing. Compared to the initial probing, both sides have now fully deployed their formations. The 2 teams had roughly the same personnel configuration, each with 2 frontline soldiers and 2 agility-type soul masters waiting for an opportunity to strike. The agility-type soul masters of the Golden Light team are Li Yao and Li Wei. The 2 are twin brothers, both possess the vulture martial soul, and both have reached level 43 in soul power, which is not much worse than Feng Xiaotian. However, Feng Xiaotian's combat power was unmatched by the 2 of them, and with the addition of the gale wings, Feng Xiaotian gained the ability to fly, which was enough to keep him entangled with the 2. Chapter 270 Can Yaozi do it? The match entered a familiar rhythm for the Royal Fighting Team 2. Feng Xiaotian, Ai Yan, and Zhao Xiaohui withstood the pressure in the front row, leaving the Golden Light team temporarily unable to break free and with no one defending the midfield. With no one watching him, Feng Ying seized the opportunity to stab into the back row of the Golden Light team. Aizen, who possesses the Ice Blade martial soul, is the last line of defense, and he is also a soul master. Aizen himself is not good at speed, but every slash of his Ice Blade martial soul brings with it frost. Extreme cold is itself the best control skill for controlling souls. With the assistance of the control-type soul master Lin Miao, Feng Ying was unable to take down the opponent's back row for a while. Being in the heart of the Golden Light team's territory was not a wise choice. Once Feng Xiaotian and the others made a move, Feng Ying would be surrounded instantly. As planned before the match, knowing there was no chance, Feng Ying took the initiative to retreat and plan for the future. Third soul skill, Radiant Light. Lin Miao attacked again. His martial soul was on the wrong path from the start, and for the sake of the previous Soul Master competition, his third soul skill was still not the most suitable for him. However, for the team, the boost provided by his third soul skill was stronger than that of their support-type Soul Masters. Golden Light shone down on each member of the Golden Light team, instantly increasing their strength. As a support-type Soul Master, Lula immediately activated his Compass Martial Soul, shouting, "Fourth soul skill, eliminate." This time, the light of the soul skill no longer fell on the members of the Golden Light team, but on the members of the Royal Fighting Team too. What's going on? Why give the amplified soul skill to the opponent? The audience, including the members of the Shrek team, were all puzzled. HMPH, with match fixing going on like this, I bet their record is completely inflated, Dai Mubai cursed. Flander sensed something and quickly explained, it's a negative debuff, the Royal Fighting Team 2's defense has been reduced. Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul did not have a defense boost. Faced with Lu Li's negative debuffs, the Royal Fighting Team 2 had no way to counter it, and the defense of all members decreased. A negative debuff effect on everyone, his soul skill is really strong. Ning Rongrong was slightly surprised. Auxiliary martial souls like the compass are relatively rare, but the 7 treasure glazed tile school's records do include some. However, negative debuff soul skills are extremely rare, and Ning Rongrong marveled at Lu Li's good fortune. A decrease in defense is extremely dangerous, a slight misstep can result in serious injury to one's own side. Feng Xiaotian's face darkened, and he waved his hand, signaling the formation to regroup. Adopting a defensive stance and exhausting the opponent's support-type Soul Master's soul power is the wisest choice at present. On the other hand, the Golden Light team faces some offensive pressure. When a support-type Soul Master uses their soul skills to reduce the opponent's defense, the control-type Soul Master on your side is forced to use support-type soul skills to amplify their own defense, which means that your side loses the help of the control-type Soul Master. To break through the front line of the Royal Fighting Team 2, they can only rely on themselves. Third soul skill, Wrathful Mace Shock. The brothers Omer and Ultraman launched the first attack. As offensive-type Soul Masters, their martial souls were blunt weapons. With the Royal Fighting Team 2's defenses weakened, a successful hit would be enough to incapacitate their opponents. The two attacked simultaneously, with Yan and Zhao Xiaohui rushing forward without hesitation. The battle between Zhao Xiaohui and Yan that followed was like walking a tightrope, the slightest mistake could lead to total defeat. In the audience, Qin Yuan nodded slightly as he watched this scene. The Golden Light team lives up to its reputation as a veteran team. Every move of the support and control type Soul Masters is closely related to the team's decisions. The team members have a strong sense of coordination. The Royal Fighting Team 2 is still lacking. There's nothing we can do about it. The Royal Fighting Team 2 has only been around for a short time, and some of their teamwork still needs a long time to develop. As for the Golden Light team's offensive, Qin Yuan could discern at least 3 solution approaches. He wondered if Feng Xiaotian and the others, positioned in the arena, could even conceive of them. This doesn't seem like a fixed match, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say. Among the team members, Ma Hongjun was the one who took winning and losing the least seriously. After all, with his cultivation level and strength, the team's victory or defeat has nothing to do with him. Even if they win, it's not his achievement, even if they lose, it has nothing to do with him. How can someone like that stand with the team against a common enemy? Yu Tianong shook his head. Let's keep watching the game. The Royal Fighting Team 2 has indeed revealed a lot. If they have a chance to turn the tide, they might be able to expose even more of their trump cards. Ma Hongjun looked at him strangely, thinking, Yu Xiaotian's face changes too quickly. At the same time, a young man came to Qin Yuan's side. Teacher, isn't your request a bit too outrageous? Even the top-tier Royal Fighting Team of the Golden Light team can lose. Isn't it too hasty to send the second team to fight? Lei Meng was the one who spoke. The Golden Light team was also a training partner he had chosen for the Royal Fighting Team 1. Hearing that the Golden Light team had a match tonight, he came over, but he didn't expect that the opponent would be the Royal Fighting Team too. Lei Meng guessed that Qin Yuan was there, so he searched the audience for a while before finally spotting Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled and asked in return, "You're also a team leader, what's your opinion on how to break this deadlock?" At this moment, the two sides are still evenly matched. However, this balance is very fragile. The Royal Fighting Team 2 could easily break the balance and fall into a slump if they are not careful. Lei Meng laughed and said, "Teacher, the tactics they are using now are also a kind of countermeasure. As long as everyone makes no mistakes in the battle, the impact of weakened defense will not exist. Of course, this is unlikely. Even if I went up there, I could not make 0 mistakes. The simplest way is to have Feng Xiaotian launch a surprise attack on the opponent's back row at any cost." The control-type soul masters of the Golden Light team are busy maintaining their amplification soul skills and cannot free up their hands. With Feng Xiaotian's strength, Aizen cannot stop him. If he takes down 2 of the opponent's back row in one go, it is acceptable even if 2 or 3 members of the Royal Fighting Team 2 are eliminated. This style of play is too risky. If it were an unimportant training match, Feng Xiaotian might take a gamble. But in this match, Qin Yuan has put a lot of pressure on them before the game, so it's unlikely that Feng Xiaotian would be so aggressive. Even if he were to be a bit aggressive, Qin Yuan didn't think Feng Xiaotian would risk losing 2 or 3 teammates. Lei Meng thought for a moment and continued, "There is another method with an even lower cost. Change the formation and let Zhu Shuang go to the front. He is a defensive type soul master. Even if his defense is reduced, as long as he activates his defensive soul skill, the opponent will not be able to take him down in a short time. But the only cost is that Zhu Shuang will be targeted and could very well suffer a severe blow." Qin Yuan's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but curse, "What kind of terrible idea is this? The best way is for Ning Rongrong to give all the buffs to Yao Zi, who can then use the vines to change her teammates' movement. Then, relying on the vines, they can restrict the opponent's offensive pace." This strategy was learned by Qin Yuan from Tang San. It is dominated by control-type soul masters and is currently the best way to break the deadlock. Qin Yuan is a scholar, and even if Tang San is his enemy, he will still learn from Tang San's advanced qualities. Ignorance and weakness are not the original sin, arrogance is. But can Yao Zi do it? Lei Meng realized the feasibility of this tactic, but the requirements for Yao Zi were too high.